Welcome back, or perhaps welcome for the very first time, to At Hollow Midnight, where we delve into the quiet corners of history and imagination, to bring you stories designed not necessarily to lull you to sleep, but to gently occupy that restless mind of yours. If you find yourself enjoying these peculiar tales, do consider subscribing, as it helps us continue to unearth the most delightfully dull anecdotes for your nocturnal contemplation. Chapter 1. The Grand Estate of Lord Percival Featherington. The estate of Lord Percival Featherington, known colloquially and perhaps a touch ironically as the Grand Somnolence, was a sprawling, ancient pile of a manor house that seemed to sigh under the weight of its own historical importance. It was nestled deep within a particularly unremarkable valley, where the mist clung to the venerable oak trees like a persistent, damp memory, and the sun, when it bothered to appear, cast long languid shadows that seemed to stretch interminably across the manicured lawns. The very air around it carried the scent of old velvet, beeswax, and perhaps a faint, lingering whisper of milieu. It was not a place for boisterous laughter or impromptu dances, but rather for quiet contemplation, hushed whispers, and the steady rhythmic ticking of countless grandfather clocks, each measuring out the slow, deliberate march of time with an almost theatrical solemnity. Lord Percival himself was a man who seemed to embody the very essence of his ancestral home. He was not a man of towering stature, nor of striking features. His face, though pleasant enough, was often described as resembling a freshly pressed linen napkin, uncreased, rather pale, and remarkably devoid of anything truly memorable. His movements were precise, almost finicky, and he possessed an air of perpetual, low-grade apprehension, as if he expected a stray gust of wind to dislodge a precious ornament, or worse, ruffle a meticulously arranged cushion. He was, to put it mildly, not a man of grand political ambitions, nor a keen participant in the boisterous hunt, nor even a particularly avid reader of anything more stimulating than treatises on the optimal thread count for various upholsteries. His passions, rather unusually for a nobleman of his standing, lay entirely within the realm of interior design, a field which he pursued with a zealousness that bordered on the fanatical, particularly when it came to the humble, yet endlessly fascinating pillow, the Grand Somnolence. As a result of Lord Percival's particular predilections, was less a lived-in home and more a meticulously curated museum of textile arts. Every room, from the cavernous drawing-room to the seldom-used conservatory, was a testament to his peculiar obsession. The walls were swathed in heavy damasks and intricate tapestries. The floors groaned under the weight of Persian rugs so thick one might reasonably lose a small terrier within their pile, and the furniture, much of it antique and immensely valuable, was so thoroughly adorned with decorative embellishments that one often wondered if it was meant to be sat upon at all. Yet it was the pillows above all else that truly defined the character of the estate. They were everywhere. They cascaded from settees in artful, yet undeniably overwhelming, arrangements. They lay in perfectly plumped pyramids on window seats, inviting no one in particular to recline. They rested in carefully staggered formations on every armchair, each one seemingly placed with the precision of a master architect, completing a complex structure. There were pillows of silk, so smooth and cool they felt like liquid moonlight against the skin, embroidered with tiny, meticulous scenes of pastoral bliss. There were pillows of brocade, heavy and stiff, patterned with heraldic beasts and ancient crests, their tassels dangling like the weighted words of an unspoken ancestral decree. There were velvet pillows, deep and rich in hue, some emerald, some sapphire, some the color of dried blood. Their surfaces so soft, they seemed to absorb all light and sound. There were even pillows of rare imported lace, so delicate they looked as though a single sneeze might unravel their entire existence. Lord Percival himself possessed an encyclopedic knowledge of pillow types, fillings, and historical origins. He could, without a moment's hesitation, distinguish between a true down pillow from the geese of the Hungarian plains, and one merely filled with a common goose feather. He could identify purely by touch whether a pillow's inner casing was made of fine cotton batiste or a coarser cambric. His understanding of flange widths, gusset constructions, and welt cord applications was arguably more profound than his grasp of the current political climate or the nuances of agricultural reform. Indeed, he often found the latter topics rather uncouth and dreadfully uninspired compared to the vibrant tapestry of textures and forms that populated his domestic sphere. His mornings, for instance, rarely began with the grim necessity of state correspondence or the mundane task of managing his tenants. Instead, they commenced with what he termed the grand pillow perusal. Dressed in a silk dressing gown the exact shade of a faded damson plum, and slippers made from the softest lambskin, he would embark on a solitary tour of the main reception rooms. He would scrutinize each pillow, checking for the slightest indentation, the faintest hint of a crease, the most infinitesimal misalignment. A servant, a perpetually anxious man named Blevins, who often smelled faintly of lavender and linen starch, would follow him at a respectful distance, armed with a silver-backed brush for lint removal and a small, specially designed mallet for fluffing. Lord Percival would then, with a sigh of almost unbearable concentration, very gently, very slowly, adjust, rotate, or replump a pillow. He might spend 15 minutes repositioning a single bolster, ensuring its exact perpendicularity to the adjacent cushion, or meticulously smoothing a ruffled trim with a gloved hand. The air would be thick with unspoken reverence, the silence broken only by the soft rustle of silk and the gentle thud of Blevins' mallet. The sheer volume of these objects was such that the entire household staff was practically dedicated to their maintenance. The laundry schedule was a bewildering labyrinth of separate wash cycles for silk cases, velvet covers, linen shams, and the numerous inner fills, each demanding its own precise temperature and drying method. Gee, I did. There was a dedicated pillow chamber in the east wing, a room kept at a constant temperature and humidity, where the more precious or rarely used specimens resided, each nestled in its own dust-proof bag, like sleeping artifacts awaiting their moment of grand display. The very air in this chamber hummed with a peculiar stillness, a silent testament to the countless hours and fortunes spent acquiring and preserving these upholstered treasures. It was a space so carefully controlled, so utterly devoted to the preservation of textile integrity, that one could almost imagine the pillows themselves breathing softly, content in their perfectly curated environment. For visitors, the experience of the grand somnolence was often overwhelming. To sit down felt like a monumental undertaking, requiring careful navigation through a treacherous landscape of strategically placed cushions. One often felt compelled to ask permission before disturbing a perfectly arranged set of throw pillows, or indeed, before daring to recline against one of the more imposing backrests. Conversations tended to be muted, as if the very air, so heavy with accumulated softness, muffled all sound. Guests often found themselves leaving with a strange crick in their necks, a faint indentation on their lower back, and a lingering sense of having inadvertently committed a minor sacrilege against the sacrosanct order of Lord Percival's beloved Diocor. The opulence, rather than inviting comfort, created a stifling atmosphere, a grand, suffocating cocoon, woven from fabric and obsessive precision. Life within these walls was less about human interaction, and more about the quiet, ceaseless choreography of maintaining a vast, cushiony kingdom. A kingdom over which Lord Percival Featherington reigned supreme, his every waking thought consumed by the infinitely important, utterly trivial matters of fluff and fill. Chapter 2. The Royal Decree. A mandatory ball. The quiet, almost reverent hush that typically enveloped the grand somnolence was shattered one particularly humid Tuesday morning by the unwelcome arrival of a royal messenger. He was a stern-faced man, starched and pressed within an inch of his life, mounted on a horse whose hooves seemed to strike sparks from the ancient cobblestones of the Featherington drive. The rhythmic clatter of its approach, unsuited to the gentle rhythms of the estate, sent a minor tremor through Lord Percival's meticulously ordered world. Blevins, who had been meticulously dusting the fringe of a particularly delicate needlepoint cushion in the morning drawing-room, nearly dropped his silver-handled brush. Lord Percival, who had been in the midst of adjusting the precise angle of a bolster on a chaise lounge to better catch the muted morning light, paused mid-gesture, his brow furrowing with an expression of mild, yet profound, irritation. The messenger, upon dismounting with an audible sigh of official duty, presented a scroll sealed with the royal crest. His voice, when he finally spoke, was a booming baritone that seemed utterly out of place amidst the soft furnishings and hushed tones of the manor. He announced, without preamble or pleasantry, that His Majesty, King Theodore III, had decreed a grand royal ball to be held at the royal palace in precisely 3 weeks' time, and furthermore, that attendance was not merely encouraged, but mandatory for all noble families of significant standing. The word mandatory hung in the air like an unpleasant odor, particularly offensive to Lord Percival, whose life was ordinarily dictated by the agreeable dictates of comfort and aesthetic satisfaction, not royal command. Lord Percival accepted the scroll with the tips of his gloved fingers, as if handling a particularly distasteful insect. He broke the seal with a faint crackle of parchment, his eyes scanning the elegant script with a growing sense of disquiet. A ball. A social engagement. The sheer thought of it was exhausting. Balls, in Lord Percival's estimation, were chaotic affairs, rife with loud music, ill-mannered conversations, and, most egregious of all, the complete and utter disregard for the careful arrangement of seating. He had once witnessed, with a shudder that still occasionally afflicted him in moments of quiet contemplation, a particularly boisterous Duchess carelessly plop herself down upon a velvet cushion, crushing its perfectly plumped corners into an irreparable mess. The horror of it still haunted his waking hours, as the messenger was respectfully yet firmly ushered away by a relieved Blevins. Lord Percival retreated to his study, a room so densely packed with leather-bound volumes on textile history and sample books of rare silks that it resembled a particularly luxurious library more than a place of serious business. He sat, or rather perched himself with extreme care, upon a particularly firm fauteuil, its back cushion a masterpiece of intricate button tufting. He reread the decree, his mind racing not with thoughts of courtly intrigue or political alliances, but with the logistics of forced social interaction. 3 weeks, Blevins, he declared to the perpetually anxious valet who hovered silently by the door, having returned from his messenger-escorting duties. 3 weeks to prepare for this social imposition. He gestured vaguely at the offending scroll. The sheer thought of it, the lack of proper seating, the uncouth clamor. It is simply insufferable. Blevins nodded, a silent, understanding confederate in his master's peculiar world. Indeed, my lord. One hopes for a quiet corner, perhaps. A quiet corner. The words resonated with Lord Percival. A quiet corner. But not just any quiet corner. A sanctuary. A place where one could retreat from the cacophony of courtly life. A haven of softness and solitude amidst the rough and tumble of social expectation. His eyes, usually fixed on the minute imperfections of a fabric weave, suddenly lit up with a peculiar, almost childlike gleam. "Blevins," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, "we shall not merely attend this ball. We shall make a statement. A statement of comfort, of sanctuary, of supreme textile engineering." Blevins tilted his head, a faint line of confusion appearing between his brows. "My lord?" Lord Percival stood, pacing the small carpeted space between his desk and a towering bookcase. "The king demands our presence, does he not?" Very well. We shall be present. But we shall be present on our own terms. We shall construct a refuge, a bastion of plushness, the ultimate pillow fort. The words seemed to hang in the air, audacious and utterly absurd in the context of a royal decree. Blevins blinked, then blinked again. A pillow fort at the royal palace. The very idea seemed to defy the laws of decorum, gravity, and good sense. But Lord Percival, when seized by an interior design inspiration, was a force of nature, albeit a meticulously polite and soft-spoken one. Imagine, Blevins, Lord Percival continued, his voice now imbued with the fervor of general planning a grand campaign. Not a mere scattering of cushions, but a truly architectural marvel. A structure built entirely of carefully selected, perfectly plumped pillows. A fortress of down and silk, brocade, and velvet. It will be a testament to the transformative power of the humble cushion. His mind, which had previously drifted lazily across considerations of thread count and piping details, now engaged with the zeal of a master builder. He began to envision the specifications, the foundational bolsters, densely packed with horsehair for uncompromising stability, acting as the very bedrock of his plush edifice. These would be arranged in a precise interlocking pattern, creating walls of formidable, yet yielding, strength. For the main body of the structure, he would require the larger, firmer settee cushions, their generous dimensions providing broad, stable surfaces for seating, and perhaps even a small table, should the need for a quiet cup of chamomile arise amidst the revelry. The upper levels, the roof and towers of this soft citadel, would be composed of lighter, fluffier pillows. The famed Hungarian goose-down pillows, renowned for their airy loft and cloud-like softness, would form the ethereal ceiling, perhaps even allowing for a gentle ambient light to filter through their pale silk casings, creating a private, luminous interior. He considered the structural integrity, of course. Smaller, firmer throw pillows, strategically placed, would provide crucial buttressing, preventing any collapse, however minor, of his magnificent textile edifice. The exterior, naturally, would be adorned with the most exquisite velvet and brocade cushions, their rich colors and intricate patterns offering a visual spectacle that would surely eclipse any mere painted mural or gilded frieze. We shall need the transportation, Blevins, Lord Percival mused, a finger tapping his chin. Special carriages, padded, of course, to prevent any undue compression or creasing. And the assembly, it must be precise. We cannot simply hurl cushions about. Each pillow has its place, its role in the grand design. Blevins, despite the growing dread pooling in the pit of his stomach, nodded dutifully. He knew his master. When Lord Percival had a vision, it was not merely a whim, it was a sacred undertaking. The staff, already well versed in the peculiar rituals of pillow maintenance, would be pressed into service with an urgency usually reserved for matters of national crisis. The pillow chamber, that hushed sanctuary of stored softness, would be raided. Inventories would be taken. Cushion covers would be freshly laundered, steamed, and pressed with a fervor usually reserved for royal robes. Over the next 3 weeks, the grand somnolence became a bustling workshop of textile engineering. The normally serene hallways echoed with the muted thud of pillows being tested for firmness, the soft rustle of silk being smoothed, and the murmured instructions of Lord Percival, who had now donned a pair of spectacles perched precariously on his nose, lending him the air of a highly specialized, slightly bewildered architect. Carpenters usually employed for structural repairs to the manor, were instead tasked with constructing sturdy, custom-built frames and trolleys designed to transport the precious cargo without a single wrinkle. Seamstresses, typically engaged in mending ancient tapestries, now found themselves diligently stitching reinforced seams on hundreds of pillowcases, ensuring they could withstand the rigors of being a structural component of a soft fort. The sheer logistical challenge was immense. How does one transport hundreds, perhaps thousands, of pillows to a royal palace without drawing undue attention? How does one assemble such a structure in a crowded ballroom? These were questions that occupied Lord Percival's every waking thought, pushing aside any mundane concerns about appropriate court attire, the latest royal gossip, or the king's political agenda. He cared not for who would be attending the ball, only for the impeccable plumpness of his future walls. He cared not for the topics of conversation, only for the strategic placement of his sound-dampening velvet cushions. His sketches, which he normally reserved for intricate embroidery patterns, now depicted elaborate floor plans for his pillow fort. He calculated angles, measured potential sightlines, and even considered the acoustics of the interior space. The fort, he decided, would not merely be a place to sit. It would be an experience, a private realm of unparalleled softness, a cocoon of quiet contemplation in the very heart of the royal pandemonium. It would be an act of quiet rebellion, a refusal to conform to the boisterous demands of courtly life, a silent yet undeniably prominent declaration of his unwavering devotion to the world of plush comfort. As the day of the ball drew nearer, Lord Percival's anticipation was not that of a noble preparing for a grand social event, but of an artist nearing the completion of his magnum opus. He would often stand in the empty ballroom of his own estate, visualizing the placement of each cushion, running through the assembly process in his mind, ensuring every detail was accounted for. Blevins, palo and perpetually exhausted, meticulously packed each pillow into its designated padded crate, checking it off a list that spanned dozens of pages. The servants, bewildered but loyal, moved with the quiet efficiency of a well-oiled machine, each silently questioning the sanity of their master, yet utterly committed to the success of this bizarre, soft endeavor. Lord Percival, oblivious to their unspoken doubts, saw only the magnificent vision of his ultimate pillow fort, ready to rise, like a plush phoenix, in the very heart of the king's grand royal ball. Chapter 3. The Pillow Fort Manifesto. The royal decree, rather than filling Lord Percival Featherington with the usual aristocratic ennui reserved for mandatory social engagements, had ignited within him a spark of zealous, almost terrified creativity. The grand somnolence, usually a bastion of quiet, dust-moted stillness, now hummed with a different kind of energy, one born of frantic, meticulous planning. Lord Percival had retreated to his personal study, a room usually reserved for the quiet contemplation of textile catalogues and the occasional, highly specialized treatise on feather harvesting. The air in here, typically infused with the faint scent of old paper and leather, now carried the sharper tang of freshly sharpened graphite and the faint, almost imperceptible whisper of his own excited breath. He had not merely considered a pillow fort, he had conceived of the pillow fort, a structure of such unparalleled design and strategic brilliance that it would, he felt certain, redefine the very understanding of temporary comfortable fortifications. And, naturally, such a masterpiece required a manifesto. For 3 days and 2 nights, Lord Percival existed solely on lukewarm chamomile tea, exceedingly bland biscuits, and the heady fumes of his own singular genius. His desk, a vast expanse of polished mahogany, became a battlefield of scattered parchment, discarded sketches, and an alarming number of half-eaten quill pens. He wrote with an intensity usually reserved for generals drafting war plans or poets in the throes of a tragic epic. His brow, usually as smooth as a freshly laundered napkin, was now furrowed in a permanent state of intense, almost painful concentration. Blevins, his long-suffering valet, would tiptoe in at irregular intervals, leaving fresh pots of tea and removing the growing piles of crumpled paper, each a testament to a structural flaw or an aesthetic misjudgment. He understood little of the diagrams, which resembled architectural blueprints if drawn by a particularly meticulous, yet deeply unhinged, cartographer depicting cross-sections of various cushion configurations and isometric views of what appeared to be fortified nap area. The result of this concentrated effort was a document, hand-bound by Lord Percival himself, in a rich, midnight blue velvet, embossed with a simplified crest depicting not a lion or a stag, but a particularly plump bolster pillow, its corners crisply defined. He titled it, in elegant copperplate script, the Pillow Fort Manifesto, a treatise on domestic defensive architecture and reclining excellence aka. It was, in his mind, destined to become a seminal work, a foundational text for future generations of discerning noblemen. The Manifesto began, as all truly serious treatises should, with a historical overview, albeit one entirely fabricated by Lord Percival's fertile, pillow-obsessed imagination. He posited, with grave authority, that the earliest forms of human shelter were, in fact, nascent pillow forts. "Consider," he had written, his pen scratching furiously, "the prehistoric den, lined not merely with rough animal skins, but with the primitive, yet undoubtedly comforting, arrangement of mosses, soft leaves, and perhaps even the occasional well-cushioned rock. These were the proto-forts, providing not merely physical shelter, but psychological succor against the harsh realities of the primeval world." He continued, linking pillow fort development to the Roman Empire, suggesting that the legions, weary from conquest, would construct temporary, highly resilient sleeping structures from their discarded tunics and battle standards, reinforced by strategically piled provisions. He even went so far as to attribute the strategic use of soft barriers to various ancient sieges, claiming that the defenders of Troy, had they possessed a sufficient quantity of properly plumped-down pillows, might have repelled the Greeks with an impenetrable cushioned wall that would absorb the impact of any projectile. These were, of course, entirely baseless assertions, delivered with the absolute conviction of a man who believed the world revolved around the careful arrangement of upholstery. Following this spectacularly spurious historical foundation, the Manifesto delved into strategic importance, the fort as sanctuary and statement. Here, Lord Percival expounded upon the multifaceted benefits of a well-constructed pillow fort, benefits that extended far beyond mere comfort. Firstly, there was the acoustic attenuation quotient. He argued that a properly designed fort, employing varying densities of fill and multiple layers of fabric, could achieve an unparalleled level of soundproofing. "Imagine," he wrote, "the dull roar of courtly gossip, the clang of ill-mannered cutlery, the incessant, meaningless chatter of society. Within the sanctum of a perfectly constructed pillow fort, these auditory affronts are reduced to a mere whisper, a distant hum, allowing for moments of profound introspection, or indeed highly confidential discourse." He had sketched diagrams illustrating sound waves being absorbed by layers of goose down, then deflected by the firmer foam cores of strategically placed bolsters. Secondly, he detailed the psychological command of space. A fort, he believed, offered not just physical refuge, but a powerful statement of personal sovereignty within a crowded room. In the chaotic theater of a royal ball, the Manifesto declared, where one is constantly assailed by intrusive gazes and unwanted proximities, the pillow fort acts as a sartorial extension of one's personal space, a soft yet unyielding barrier against the unwelcome encroachment of the common herd. It quietly asserts, "Here, within these plush walls, I am master of my own immediate universe." He even suggested that the act of simply observing the fort from afar would instill a sense of awe and a subtle, yet undeniable, respect for the occupant's discerning taste and strategic acumen. The bulk of the Manifesto, however, was dedicated to the architectural principles of the cushioned citadel. This section was a masterclass in pseudo-engineering, blending genuine knowledge of textile properties with utterly absurd applications. He detailed various load-bearing pillow types, recommending firm, tightly packed foam core cushions as foundational blocks, likening them to the granite plinths of ancient temples. Above these, he advocated for structural reinforcement using tightly rolled bolsters, suggesting they mimic the arched buttresses of Gothic cathedrals. "The optimal curve of a tightly packed bolster," he scribbled, "provides unparalleled lateral support, distributing the weight of overhead coverings with surprising efficiency." For the walls, he proposed a multi-layered approach. The outer layer, he decreed, should be constructed from robust, tightly woven brocade pillows, chosen for their aesthetic gravitas and inherent resistance to accidental dislodgement. These would be the battlements. The inner layer would consist of softer, more yielding velvet or silk pillows, designed for tactile comfort and luxurious repose. These he termed the inner sanctum linings. He even had a dedicated section on roofing solutions, which involved draping the finest silk throws and cashmere blankets over carefully positioned antique coat racks and decorative screens, secured by strategically placed ornamental tassels. The optimal tension of these drapes was crucial, for too loose and the fort would sag. Too tight, and it would appear strained and uninviting. He detailed precise measurements for entryways and egress points, recommending narrow, low apertures that would encourage a sense of cozy intimacy, yet remain wide enough to permit the passage of a single, slender individual, or perhaps a carefully presented tray of lukewarm lemonade. Ventilation, often overlooked in pillow forts, was addressed through strategic gaps between structural pillows, allowing for the gentle circulation of air without compromising integrity. His meticulousness extended to the very composition of the pillows themselves. The manifesto included a detailed inventory of preferred fillings: Great Siberian goose down for unparalleled softness and volumetric resilience, finest horsehair for supportive foundational elements, and pure, unadulterated cotton batting for sound absorption in high traffic zones. He even included a small hand-drawn chart outlining the pillow hardness scale from 1, a cloud-like poof, to cloud-like puff, to 10, a densely packed bolster, almost solid to the touch, specifying the appropriate applications for each. The section on aesthetic integration was particularly poignant, as it articulated his vision for a fort that was not merely functional, but beautiful. He decreed that color palettes should be harmonious, textures complementary, and that every tassel, every button, every piped edge should contribute to an overall sense of refined, understated grandeur. A pillow fort, he concluded this section, is not merely a refuge. It is a work of art, a temporary monument to comfort and cultivated taste. Blevins, who had been tasked with transcribing some of Lord Percival's less legible notes, found himself developing a nervous tic in his left eye. He had spent hours copying detailed schematics for buttressing techniques involving interwoven pillow shams and concealed reinforcement points where discreet, lead-weighted sandbags might be hidden within the folds of a decorative throw. The sheer volume of jargon-optimal plumping vectors, cushion-to-frame ratios, thermal insulative properties of various velour weave shad, begun to induce a low-grade, persistent headache. He often caught Lord Percival muttering to himself, deep in contemplation of a particularly complex corner joint, or sighing dramatically over the insufficient loft of a new shipment of down. The final section of the manifesto was titled Implementation Protocols and Maintenance Regimen. This detailed the precise steps for construction, specifying the order in which pillows were to be placed, the exact angle of tilt for leaning cushions, and the preferred method for smoothing out any wrinkles in the overarching fabric canopy. It also included a rigorous maintenance schedule for once the fort was complete, outlining daily replumping procedures, lint removal protocols, and emergency repair methods for any unforeseen structural collapse. Lord Percival even considered contingency plans for unauthorized pillow removal or spontaneous deconstruction by mischievous guests. Though he did not elaborate on the specific countermeasures, perhaps leaving them to a future, even more advanced, volume. With the final flourish of his quill, Lord Percival leaned back, a profound sense of accomplishment radiating from him. The Pillow Fort Manifesto was complete. It was, in his estimation, a document that transcended mere architectural planning. It was a philosophical statement, a testament to the transformative power of the humble pillow, and a definitive guide to achieving unparalleled levels of comfort and strategic retreat within the most challenging of social environments. He imagined the king himself, observing his fort at the Bull, nodding sagely, perhaps even shedding a single appreciative tear at the sheer genius on display. Little did he know, the king's appreciation for domestic architecture, particularly of the temporary, soft-walled variety, was, to put it mildly, entirely non-existent. But for now, Lord Percival was consumed by the glorious vision of his upcoming masterpiece, ready to translate theory into plush, tangible reality. The planning was done. The building would soon begin. Chapter 4. The Servants' Rebellion. The ink on board of the pillow. Fort Manifesto was barely dry, its velvet cover still smooth and unblemished, when its profound, disruptive implications began to ripple through the otherwise placid, dust-moted ecosystem of the Grand Somnolence. Lord Percival, basking in the afterglow of his architectural celebrations, had immediately summoned Blevins, his perpetually harried valet, and presented him with the tome, instructing him, with an almost evangelical fervor, to commence the preparatory phase with immediate and unwavering diligence. Blevins, who had already endured 3 sleepless nights of frantic transcription, and whispered anxieties about the Lord's declining grasp on reality, received the velvet-bound volume as one might accept a particularly venomous serpent, with a pale face, trembling hands, and a profound internal groan. The instructions contained within the manifesto were, to the average mind, utterly preposterous. To Blevins, they were a meticulously detailed blueprint for a descent into a new, unprecedented form of domestic servitude. He was tasked, first and foremost, with conducting a comprehensive inventory of every single pillow in the estate, classifying each according to its pillow hardness scale, a chart he had grudgingly transcribed himself, ranging from cloud-like poof to dense structural bolster, its optimal tactile comfort rating, and its strategic load-bearing potential. This was not a small undertaking. The Grand Somnolence, as previously noted, was practically bursting at the seams with pillows, thousands of them, each requiring individual assessment, a gentle squeeze, a whispered consultation with the manifesto, and then a precise, scrawled entry into a ledger. Blevins, armed with a measuring tape, a small hand scale, and a rapidly wilting sense of purpose, began his Sisyphean task, moving from room to room, his footsteps echoing in the silence, punctuated only by the soft click-click of a re-evaluated cushion hitting the floor. Word, as it always did in a household of this size, spread like a particularly tenacious form of domestic influenza. The footmen, accustomed to polishing silver and opening doors with solemn precision, now found themselves directed to practice structural bracing techniques using broom handles and intricately stacked, firmly packed cushions. The housemaids, whose daily routine revolved around the precise folding of linens and the vigilant pursuit of dust, were now instructed in the art of precision fluffing, a technique Lord Percival demonstrated with the gravity of a master sculptor shaping clay, insisting that each pillow be plump to its optimal loft and retain its volumetric resilience for a minimum of 12 hours. The kitchen staff, usually preoccupied with the logistics of roasting pheasants and simmering consomme, found their routines disrupted by demands for fort-friendly refreshments, which translated to lukewarm, unsweetened lemonade and exceedingly dry, unflavored biscuits, specifically chosen not to leave crumbs that might mar the pristine surfaces of the fort's interior. Even the stable hands, rugged men who smelled of horse and hay, were occasionally pressed into service, their brawn useful for transporting the heaviest of the structural bolsters, their expressions a mixture of confusion and suppressed amusement. The grumbling, initially confined to whispered exchanges in dimly lit servant corridors, and behind the relative privacy of the laundry room steam, soon escalated into a low, persistent hum of discontent. It was a rebellion not of open defiance, for such a thing was unthinkable in Lord Percival's meticulously ordered world, but of weary sighs, subtle eye-rolls, and the faint, almost imperceptible dragging of feet. The polishing of the grand chandelier, a task usually performed with a certain degree of competitive zeal, became an exercise in deliberate slowness. The daily replumping of cushions in the drawing-room, once a routine chore, now became an act of performative agony. Each fluff was a tiny, silent protest. Each straightened tassel, a flicker of exasperated obedience. At the epicenter of this simmering, silent mutiny was Mr. Fitzwilliam, the butler. Fitzwilliam was a man of impeccable bearing, his spine as straight as a newly pressed pleat, his voice a low, resonant hum, and his countenance perpetually set in an expression of dignified, if somewhat weary, composure. He had served the Featherington family for 4 decades, an impressive span of time that had seen him witness, and quietly endure, a succession of eccentricities from various lords and ladies. He had navigated the Dowager Duchess' brief but intense obsession with collecting antique thimbles, an affliction that necessitated the daily polishing of several thousand miniature metal sewing aids. He had survived Lord Percival's elder brother's ill-fated venture into competitive topiary, which resulted in the permanent disfigurement of half the estate's prize-winning yew hedges into ungainly, lopsided attempts at mythical beasts. He had even, with only a slight tremor of his perfectly manicured hand, served tea to a visiting dignitary, while Lord Percival's aunt, Lady Mildred, demonstrated her newly acquired skill of juggling 3 very brittle, very expensive porcelain teacups. But the pillow fort, this, Fitzwilliam felt, was different. This was not merely an eccentricity. This was a logistical nightmare draped in velvet and filled with the finest goose down. This was an affront to the very principles of dignified domesticity. He had seen too many whims. He remembered, with a shudder that was barely perceptible even to Blevins, the optimal tea-leaf distribution phase of Lord Percival's early adulthood. For 6 months, every cup of tea served in the grand somnolence had to adhere to a strict, geometrically precise scattering of tea leaves within the pot, a ritual that involved custom-made strainers and a magnifying glass. Then there was the harmonious curtain-pleating obsession, which required all curtains in the manor to be repleated daily to achieve a specific mathematically derived undulation, consuming the time of 2 full-time seamstresses. And, perhaps most famously or infamously, the silent footman training period, during which Lord Percival attempted to train his footmen to move with such unparalleled stealth that they could enter and exit a room without disturbing a single dust mote, often resulting in them bumping into door frames, or, on one memorable occasion, a very startled duke. The pillow fort, however, transcended these past follies in its sheer scale and audacious absurdity. The entire morning assembly, a hallowed ritual where Fitzwilliam would meticulously outline the day's duties, had now been replaced by Lord Percival, clutching his manifesto, detailing the strategic importance of the entrance archway or the tactile priorities of the inner sanctum. Fitzwilliam would stand, ramrod straight, his face a mask of polite attentiveness, while inside his very soul shrieked. Blevins, Fitzwilliam would say, his voice a low, almost mournful rumble, in the relative privacy of the butler's pantry. The Lord requires a complete recataloguing of all cushions in the west wing by midday, and ensure the velvet poufs are separated from the silk scatter cushions. He says their energies are incompatible for structural integrity. Blevins, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow, would only nod, his eyes hollow. And the polishing of the bamboo struts, Mr. Fitzwilliam, he insists they must gleam with the promise of unseen comfort. Fitzwilliam would sigh, a sound so faint it could almost be mistaken for the settling of dust. Yes, Blevins, and remember the precise angle for the lean-to supports. He drew a diagram. Page 47, I believe. The most onerous of the new demands involved the fort-building drills. Lord Percival, in his boundless enthusiasm, believed that the staff needed to practice assembling sections of the fort to ensure peak efficiency on the day of the royal ball. This meant dismantling portions of the drawing room's existing, centuries-old furniture arrangements, dragging out countless pillows from the pillow chamber, and then, under Lord Percival's intense, unblinking scrutiny, attempting to construct rudimentary walls and ceilings. Footmen, usually tasked with delicate serving, would grunt under the weight of oversized bolsters, their uniforms smudged with dust and a faint, embarrassing sheen of exertion. Maids, usually concerned with delicate needlework, found themselves wrestling with enormous cashmere throws, trying to achieve the optimal tension without dislodging the precarious structure. The sound of muffled thuds, hushed curses, and Lord Percival's increasingly agitated cries of "No! No! That bolster is at a 5-degree deviation!" "It must be perpendicular," filled the grand halls. Fitzwilliam, overseeing these drills, would often retreat to the shadows of a distant doorway, his hands clasped behind his back, his shoulders slightly slumped. He saw the subtle acts of rebellion, the footman who accidentally dropped a particularly heavy brocade pillow, forcing a restart, the housemaid who, when no one was looking, gave a velvet cushion a slightly less vigorous fluff than prescribed, the cook who, in preparing the fort-friendly refreshments, deliberately added a hint too much lemon to the lemonade. These were not grand acts of defiance, merely tiny, almost imperceptible flickers of human exasperation against the tide of one man's all-consuming, utterly bizarre obsession. The regular duties of the grand somnolence did not cease simply because Lord Percival had embarked on his architectural masterpiece. The silver still needed polishing, the floors still required sweeping. The meals still had to be prepared and served with the customary Featherington precision. But now, these essential tasks were interspersed with the absurdity of pillow-related logistics. The laundry rooms were perpetually overflowing, battling the sheer volume of pillowcases, inner casings, and decorative covers, each with its own stringent washing and drying requirements. The pantry, usually dedicated to foodstuffs, now housed a growing collection of specialized cleaning solutions for various fabric types, and a terrifying array of stuffing materials, from bags of Siberian goose down that shed feathers like a winter storm, to bales of horsehair that smelled faintly of the stable. Despite all efforts, Mr. Fitzwilliam felt a constant low-grade thrum of anxiety behind his stern facade. He was a steward of the Featherington legacy, a guardian of its dignified reputation. What would the king think? What would society say when Lord Percival arrived at the royal ball not with a new suit or a valuable jewel, but with a retinue of footmen, burdened by what could only be described as a portable, upholstered fortress? The sheer, unadulterated ignominy of it was almost too much to bear. Yet he was the butler. He served. He supervised. He, above all, endured. And so, with a deep, silent sigh that seemed to originate from the very depths of his weary soul, Mr. Duel, Fitzwilliam straightened his already ramrod straight back, adjusted his pristine white gloves, and prepared to inform the scullery maids that the lord now required all the kitchen rags to be repurposed as auxiliary sound-dampening panels for the fort's inner walls after being thoroughly boiled and pressed naturally. The rebellion, if one could call it that, remained entirely unspoken, a collective internal groan against the relentless, cushiony tide of Lord Percival Featherington's latest and perhaps most disastrous obsession. Chapter 5. The Duchess of Hollowfield arrives. The arrival of the Duchess of Hollowfield at the grand somnolence was, in the meticulously ordered universe of Lord Percival Featherington, an event of considerable if unwelcome social gravity. Lady Eleanor Vance, the Duchess of Hollowfield, was not merely a noblewoman of considerable standing. She was, to Lord Percival's perpetually anxious mind, a force of nature disguised in impeccably tailored silks and a perpetually arched eyebrow. Her estate, Hollowfield Manor, was known for its Spartan elegance, its stark, uncluttered rooms, and its singular lack of anything resembling a superfluous cushion. Indeed, it was whispered in certain drawing-rooms that the Duchess held a personal vendetta against all forms of upholstered comfort, preferring her furniture to be as unyielding as her opinions. She possessed a wit as sharp as a newly honed carving knife, and a gaze that could strip the varnish from an antique Chippendale chair at 20 paces. Her visit, ostensibly a customary social call ahead of the King's mandatory ball, felt to Lord Percival less like a pleasant interlude and more like a tactical inspection by a particularly discerning and rather hostile foreign dignitary. From the moment her carriage, a sleek, minimalist equipage painted a severe shade of charcoal gray, crunched to a halt on the gravel drive, a subtle shift occurred in the very atmosphere of the grand somnolence. Fitzwilliam, the butler, straightened his already impossibly straight spine, his internal suffering momentarily forgotten in the face of external duty. He greeted the Duchess with his usual impeccable solemnity, his voice a low, welcoming murmur that belied the frantic preparations that had taken place behind the scenes. Lord Percival, having hastily exchanged his practical linen-dusted morning attire for a more formal, if slightly stiff, velvet smoking jacket, hovered nervously in the grand reception hall, a faint sheen of perspiration on his brow. He had, with Blevin's assistance, performed a last-minute survey of the hall's primary seating arrangements, ensuring every cushion was plumped to its absolute zenith of volumetric resilience and every decorative throw positioned with mathematical precision. He had even, in a moment of panic, ordered the removal of 3 particularly flamboyant brocade pillows, deeming them excessively ostentatious for the Duchess' austere sensibilities, though their sudden absence left a jarring, uncushioned gap on the otherwise abundant settee. The Duchess entered like a perfectly aimed dart, her movements economical and precise. She was a woman of striking, if somewhat severe, beauty, with eyes the color of polished jade that missed nothing. Her hair, styled in a severe chignon, seemed to pull her features into an expression of perpetual critical assessment. As she swept into the reception hall, her gaze immediately began its silent audit. It lingered, for a fraction of a second too long, on the faint feather that had somehow escaped a seemingly impenetrable velvet cushion. It noted the subtle, almost imperceptible sag in the middle of a once proud ottoman, a sag caused unknown to her by a footman's less than gentle attempt to relocate it during a fort-building drill. Her nostrils, delicately flared, seemed to detect the faint, valiant scent of raw cotton batting mingling with the usual beeswax and rose potpourri that pervaded the manor. Lord Percival, observing her silent inspection, felt a tremor of dread ripple through his finely tuned sensibilities. The tea party, intended to be a polite, restorative affair, was held in the smaller, less overtly upholstered morning room. Lord Percival had meticulously supervised its preparation. The tea service, a delicate porcelain set depicting rather melancholic swans, was arranged with geometric precision on a lace doily. The biscuits, blessedly crumb-free according to the Fort Manifesto specifications, were presented on a silver tray. Even the sunlight, filtered through the perfectly pleated silk curtains, seemed to have been invited to fall at an optimal, non-glare-inducing angle. Yet, despite these efforts, an undeniable tension permeated the air, thick and palpable as a misplaced bolster. "Percival, my dear," the Duchess began, her voice a low, silken purr that carried a surprising amount of veiled steel. "You always did possess such a particular eye for comfort. One might almost say an overabundance of it." She gestured vaguely towards a chaise lounge that was, even by the grand somnolence's standards, positively drowning in cushions. There were scatter cushions, bolster cushions, lumbar cushions, and even what appeared to be a tiny decorative cushion designed solely for the comfort of a particularly small, aristocratic cat, though no such feline was currently in residence. Lord Percival, ever earnest, chose to interpret this as a compliment. Indeed, Eleanor, I believe comfort is not merely a physical state, but a philosophical endeavor. One must strive for optimal repose, a perfectly calibrated embrace of the corporeal form by the finest materials. This particular ensemble, he gestured proudly at the besieged chaise, features a triple-layered support system, incorporating horsehair for foundational resilience, followed by a generous layer of high-loft goose down for initial yield, and finally, a surface of silk-wrapped lamb's wool for unparalleled softness against the skin. He leaned forward, his eyes alight with the missionary zeal of a man explaining the very secrets of the universe. The Duchess took a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, her gaze drifting over the room as if cataloguing its every soft, padded surface. Fascinating. Percival, totally no. Il est aussi. One wonders, however, if such elaborate considerations might occasionally distract from the more pressing matters of the world. One hardly requires a fortress to simply sit, does one? Her tone was light, almost airy, but the barb was perfectly aimed. Lord Percival, ever one to miss a subtle societal jab in favor of a direct engagement with his current obsession, frowned slightly. A fortress, Eleanor? No, not precisely. Though I dare say the principles of defensive architecture are surprisingly applicable to the art of comfortable repose. Consider the load-bearing capabilities of a densely packed foam core cushion, for instance. Its structural integrity is quite remarkable. The Duchess' eyebrow arched, a movement so slight it was almost imperceptible, yet it conveyed volumes of ironic amusement. Indeed. One can never be too prepared for unexpected assaults, I suppose. Though I confess, Percival, my own needs are rather simpler. A firm, unyielding surface, perhaps. Something that encourages one to sit upright, rather than melt into a formless heap of upholstered contentment. She sat on a particularly stiff, high-backed chair, pointedly avoiding the cushions piled upon it, as if they carried some highly contagious affliction. The conversation continued in this vein for some time, a delicate dance of passive aggression and earnest pedantry. The Duchess would offer a seemingly innocuous comment about the unusual volume of soft furnishings, and Lord Percival would launch into a detailed explanation of the optimal cushion-to-room ratio for acoustic dampening. She would remark on the charming eccentricity of his decor, and he would expound upon the historical lineage of various velvet weaves. Fitzwilliam, serving tea and biscuits with robotic precision, felt the tension in the room build, a low thrumming behind his ears. He observed the Duchess' subtle smirks and Lord Percival's oblivious enthusiasm with a growing sense of dread. The tea, he noted, remained largely untouched by the Duchess, while Lord Percival consumed his with a distracted fervor, too caught up in his own explanations to notice the cooling liquid. Finally, the Duchess delivered her coup de grace, her voice still butter-smooth, yet with an unmistakable edge of malicious delight. "Percival," she began, leaning forward slightly, her jade eyes fixed upon him, "one has heard the most delightful whispers regarding your preparations for the King's Ball. Something about a grand construction? A magnificent, temporary dwelling, perhaps?" She paused, allowing the implication to hang in the air, sweet and poisonous. Lord Percival, entirely missing the derision, beamed. "Ah, you've heard. The rumors must be traveling faster than I anticipated. Indeed, Eleanor, it is not merely a grand construction, it is Youthy Pillow Fort, a pinnacle of domestic defensive architecture and reclining excellence. I have drafted an entire manifesto on the subject." He gestured vaguely towards his study, as if the velvet-bound tome might spontaneously appear to validate his claims. "It details the historical precedents which, I assure you, are far more extensive than one might imagine. and the profound strategic importance of a well-designed fort. The acoustic attenuation alone, my dear Duchess, is revolutionary. The Duchess' smile, though still polite, widened slightly, revealing a flash of perfectly white teeth. A pillow fort, you say? For the King's ball? Oh, Percival, you truly are a visionary. One can only imagine the impact. Will it have battlements? Perhaps a moat of particularly fluffy, yet strategically impenetrable, feather pillows? Her voice was laced with an irony so thick it was almost suffocating, yet Lord Percival, enraptured by his vision, seemed utterly immune. Battlements, yes, he declared, entirely serious. Constructed from tightly woven brocade pillows? Precisely. And the inner sanctum will be lined with the finest velvet, of course. As for a moat, he paused, genuinely considering the practicalities. A moat might present certain logistical challenges in the royal ballroom. Spillage, you understand. But perhaps a perimeter of tightly packed bolsters, providing a subtle yet undeniable barrier to casual encroachment, could serve a similar purpose. He was now drawing in the air with his finger, illustrating the layout of his imaginary cushion-bound fortress. The Duchess chuckled, a low melodic sound that held no warmth whatsoever. Indeed. Such foresight. One must ensure one's personal space is adequately defended, especially at such convivial gatherings. And what of the King, Percival? Is he known for his appreciation of domestic fortifications? Lord Percival paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Well, His Majesty, he is a man of tradition, of course, but also, I believe, a man who appreciates innovation. And what could be more innovative than a truly magnificent, strategically sound pillow fort, offering unparalleled refuge from the clamor, and perhaps even the occasional spilled wine glass? He brightened, convinced he had found the perfect justification. It's a sanctuary, Eleanor. A haven of quiet contemplation amidst the throng. A haven of quiet contemplation, the Duchess repeated, her eyes twinkling with a cold amusement. In the middle of the royal ballroom. I see. One imagines it will certainly be memorable. Her gaze drifted to a stack of precisely folded, rather large linen squares on a nearby side table. These were, in fact, prototypes for the fort's outer shell coverings, awaiting their velvet or brocade facades. She reached out a slender, ringed finger and poked one, testing its firmness. And these, Percival? Are these building materials? Lord Percival's eyes widened with pleased surprise. They are, indeed, prototypes for the outer layering, crafted from a particularly resilient linen weave, designed to provide both structural integrity and a pleasing, understated aesthetic. He watched her expectantly, eager for her admiration. The Duchess withdrew her finger, her expression unreadable. Remarkable. Duchess, one truly marvels at your dedication, Percival, to such weighty matters. She paused, then added, with a sigh that could have been interpreted as either weary sympathy or supreme condescension, one can only hope the King shares your unique vision for social engagement. The rest of the tea party passed in a blur of polite evasions and thinly veiled taunts. Lord Percival, though outwardly unperturbed, felt a faint prickle of unease. The Duchess' mockery, though wrapped in the finest social niceties, had managed to penetrate even his thick hide of upholstered obsession. He could sense, for the first time, the possibility that his masterpiece might not be universally appreciated. He tried to steer the conversation towards the merits of various historical upholstery techniques, or the optimal plumping methods for feather duvets, but the Duchess kept circling back to the fort, her questions ostensibly curious, but always carrying that undertone of biting sarcasm. When, at last, the Duchess rose to depart, her departure as swift and decisive as her arrival, she offered Lord Percival a final, enigmatic smile. "Do be careful, Percival," Such elaborate structures, particularly those constructed from the ephemeral embrace of textiles, can sometimes unravel in the most unexpected ways. One would hate to see your meticulous efforts come undone. With a swish of her silk gown, she was gone, leaving behind only the faintest scent of lavender and a profound sense of foreboding in the meticulously arranged morning room. Lord Percival stood for a long moment, contemplating her parting words. Unravel? Come undone. He dismissed it as mere Duchess-like melodrama. His fort, constructed according to the sacred tenets of by the pillow, Fort Manifesto, was a bastion of structural integrity, a testament to textile engineering. He would show her. He would show them all. The Duchess of Hollowfield, with her Spartan tastes and her lack of appreciation for true comfort, would be forced to acknowledge the genius of his creation at the royal ball. He clapped his hands, a sharp sound that echoed slightly too loudly in the suddenly quiet room. "Blevins!" he called, his voice imbued with a renewed, almost desperate determination. "We must accelerate the buttressing techniques. The Duchess' visit has merely reinforced the strategic necessity of an utterly impregnable perimeter." Blevins, who had just begun to imagine the sweet release of bedtime, slumped imperceptibly. The silent rebellion, it seemed, would have to continue. The preparations for the ultimate pillow fort were far from over. Chapter 6. The Pillow Procurement Problem. The Duchess of Hollowfield's departure, far from instilling a sense of caution in Lord Percival Featherington, had only served to solidify his conviction. Her veiled mockery, her thinly disguised sneers at his magnificent obsession, had merely hardened his resolve. If she, a woman of such austere sensibilities and deplorable lack of appreciation for the nuances of upholstered comfort, found his current preparations lacking in their sheer audacity, then clearly he had not gone far enough. The pillow fort, as conceived in his meticulous manifesto, demanded not just excellence, but at an unprecedented scale of plush grandeur. And for that, he now realized with a startling clarity, he required more pillows. A great many more pillows. His current supply, though vast by any normal standard, felt suddenly inadequate, a mere collection of samples, rather than the foundational elements of a truly magnificent, strategically vital structure. He spent the remainder of the day pacing the grand halls of the Grand Somnolence, his brow furrowed in intense calculation, his fingers unconsciously miming the smoothing of an imaginary crease. The mathematical equations for optimal volumetric displacement and maximum cushion density that he had scribbled in the margins of his manifesto now swam before his eyes. He concluded, with the undeniable logic of a man utterly consumed by a singular, bizarre vision, that the fort required a colossal increase in its foundational mass. He needed not just the select few hundred exquisite pillows from his personal collection. He needed the pillows. Every single one. The following morning Lord Percival summoned Fitzwilliam, and, in a voice that brooked no argument, outlined his radical new procurement strategy. "Fitzwilliam," he declared, holding aloft a copy of Lithe Pillow Fort Manifesto as if it were a sacred scroll, "my calculations are complete. The structural integrity, the acoustic attenuation, and indeed the very aesthetic gravitas of the pillow fort demand an unprecedented supply of materials. We shall require every available pillow in the county." Fitzwilliam, who had arrived expecting to discuss the weekly menu, or perhaps the faulty hinge on a seldom-used cabinet, felt the blood drain from his face. "Every pillow, my lord." His voice was barely a whisper. "Precisely." Fitzwilliam, Lord Percival affirmed, blissfully oblivious to the quiet horror dawning on his butler's face. "From every dwelling, every inn, every cottage, every hovel. We shall compensate, naturally, though I trust the populace will understand the paramount importance of this endeavor for the greater good of aristocratic comfort and architectural innovation." He gestured vaguely, as if the entire county was a mere extension of his private textile museum. Dispatch the estate managers, the bailiffs, any able-bodied man you can spare. They are to collect all pillows, regardless of size, age, or previous usage. Categorize them later. Blevins can assist with the hardness scale assessment. Blevins, who was hovering in the background, polishing a silver tea caddy with unnecessary vigor, nearly dropped it. He felt a sudden, profound desire to simply melt into the floorboards. Fitzwilliam, however, remained outwardly composed, though his internal monologue was a cacophony of aristocratic etiquette screaming in protest. My lord, with all due respect, such an action might cause a certain degree of discomfort among the tenants. Pillows are, for many, their primary source of nocturnal repose. Lord Percival waved a dismissive hand. A temporary inconvenience, Fitzwilliam. A mere blip in the grand tapestry of comfort. They can make do with straw for a few nights. Or perhaps bundled garments. The sacrifice is a small one for the creation of a monument of such strategic, ergonomic brilliance. He truly believed this, his conviction unshakable by the mundane realities of peasant sleep. The King's Ball, Fitzwilliam. We cannot afford to compromise on the structural elements. Consider it a county-wide contribution to the arts of sophisticated slumber. And so, the order, emanating from the opulent, cushion-choked chambers of the Grand Somnolence, began its bizarre, unprecedented march across the county. Estate managers, bewildered and somewhat ashamed, dispatched their underlings. Bailiffs, usually tasked with collecting rents or settling minor disputes, now found themselves knocking on cottage doors, explaining, with varying degrees of awkwardness, that they had come to requisition the family bedding. The sight of the Featherington wagons, normally used for transporting grain or timber, now trundling back towards the manor laden with enormous shifting piles of pillows, became a common, increasingly infuriating spectacle. There were pillows of every conceivable description, ancient, lumpy sacks filled with straw and husks, patched with crude thread, thin, worn cotton cases stuffed with repurposed scraps of fabric, occasional, surprisingly robust feather pillows, cherished heirlooms passed down through generations. They arrived in baskets, in bundles tied with rope, in the arms of tearful children, or in the grudging grasp of stoic farmers. They were deposited onto the increasingly crowded lawns of the Grand Somnolence, a monstrous, multicolored, multi-textured mountain of other people's nightly comfort. For the common folk of the county, this decree was not merely an inconvenience, it was a genuine hardship, and one that struck at the very core of their meager comforts. A pillow was not a luxury, it was a necessity for a decent night's sleep after a day of back-breaking labor. Without it, their nights became a restless torment of stiff necks, aching backs, and the constant, maddening inability to find a comfortable position. Children cried from fatigue, farmers woke grumbling and stiff, their wives haggard from disturbed slumber. The straw that Lord Percival so blithely suggested as an alternative was coarse and scratchy, often riddled with fleas, and offered little solace to weary bones. Initially, there was confusion, then bewildered compliance, and finally a slow, simmering resentment that began to boil over. It wasn't about money. The paltry compensation offered by Lord Percival's men felt like an insult when weighed against the profound discomfort it purchased. It was about dignity, about the last vestige of comfort in their arduous lives being snatched away for a reason they simply could not fathom. The minor peasant uprising was, in true Featherington fashion, less a grand revolutionary roar, and more a collective, widespread groan of exasperation, punctuated by the occasional surprisingly pointed act of defiance. It began subtly. A farmer, when asked for his pillow, might accidentally drop it in a puddle just before handing it over. A village elder might feign deafness when questioned about spare cushions. But soon, the acts became bolder. Groups of villagers began to gather near the roads leading to the Grand Somnolence, their faces etched with sleepless fatigue and growing frustration. They didn't carry pitchforks, but rather signs crudely fashioned from old bedsheets, upon which were scrawled indignant demands. "Return our fluff. My back demands down. No pillows. No peace." Children, sensing the mood of their elders, would sometimes stand at the edge of the road, quietly sobbing, pointing at the wagons full of confiscated bedding. The estate managers, seasoned in dealing with rent disputes and minor poaching incidents, were utterly unprepared for a rebellion fueled by insomnia and neck pain. They tried reasoning, offering slightly more coin, appealing to the Lord's noble project, but the villagers, with their hollow eyes and slumped shoulders, would simply point to their signs, or on one memorable occasion, collectively lie down in the middle of the road, finding sleep in an exaggerated, mournful display of their suffering. News of the pillow protests reached Lord Percival, filtered through Fitzwilliam and Blevins, who, in an attempt to mitigate his lordship's agitation, downplayed the severity. "A minor disagreement, my lord," Fitzwilliam reported, his voice tight. A few vocal individuals, expressing a natural reluctance to part with their comforts. Nothing that cannot be smoothed over with a gentle word and perhaps an extra shilling. Lord Percival, however, saw it differently. Vocal disagreement? He frowned, genuinely perplexed, but the manifesto clearly outlines the strategic imperative. They simply lack the foresight, Fitzwilliam, the understanding of grand design. Perhaps we should issue them diagrams of the fort. Once they see its majestic scope, they will surely understand. Blevins, meanwhile, was drowning in pillows. The grand somnolence, once a bastion of elegant order, was rapidly descending into a chaotic, cushion-filled purgatory. The main hall, usually reserved for formal receptions, had been pressed into service as an overflow storage area. Giant bales of hay, imported as emergency substitute bedding for the displaced peasantry, sat incongruously beside exquisitely embroidered silk cushions. Common, grey, lumpy pillows from rural cottages mingled uneasily with Percival's prized collection of velvet and brocade. The pillow chamber in the east wing, once a sanctuary of perfectly preserved specimens, now resembled a burgeoning, suffocating mountain range of textiles. Every hallway was lined with sorted piles, structural foam cores here, soft down fillings for inner sanctum there, outer layer brocades robust in another corner. Footmen navigated the labyrinthine corridors with increasingly harried expressions, their movements hampered by mountains of textiles. The faint scent of mildew, straw, and an overwhelming, cloying aroma of unwashed fabric began to permeate the previously pristine air of the manor. The laundry staff, already stretched thin, were now in a state of near collapse. The sheer volume of incoming, often rather grubby, pillows, each needing inspection, cleaning, and sometimes a complete overhaul of its stuffing, was immense. The laundry room resembled a war zone, steaming and reeking of lye, with maids collapsing onto piles of freshly washed pillowcases, utterly exhausted. Mr. Fitzwilliam, observing this descent into padded anarchy, felt a deep existential weariness settle upon him. His worst fears were being realized. The Featherington name, once synonymous with quiet dignity and refined taste, was rapidly becoming a byword for eccentric lunacy and the wanton confiscation of peasant bedding. He imagined the whispers at court, the knowing glances. The Duchess of Hollowfield, he knew, would be positively gleeful. He watched, from a discreet distance, as Lord Percival, clad in his velvet dressing gown, meticulously sorted a pile of newly arrived pillows. His face alight with a horrifying joy. He picked up a particularly grubby, patched cushion, perhaps from a local shepherd's hut, and ran his gloved hand over its worn surface. "Remarkable resilience," Lord Percival murmured, almost to himself, "and a surprising tensile strength in the outer casing. This could be repurposed for a load-bearing corner." Yes, indeed. A triumph of repurposing for optimal structural integrity. Fitzwilliam closed his eyes briefly, imagining the shepherd, now sleeping on a pile of uncomfortable sheepskins. unknowingly contributing to the optimal structural integrity of his lord's grand, preposterous pillow fort. The world, he mused, was truly a strange and often profoundly absurd place. And he, Fitzwilliam, the impeccably proper butler, was stuck in the very heart of its soft, illogical vortex. He sighed, a faint, almost inaudible sound, and turned to instruct a bewildered scullery maid on the proper technique for airing out a bale of slightly damp, newly acquired horsehair, which Lord Percival had decreed would make an excellent inner core for the primary buttressing elements. The pillow procurement was complete. The consequences, however, were only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 7. The night before the ball, the night before the king's mandatory ball descended upon the grand somnolence like a heavy velvet curtain, thick with the scent of unwashed fabric and the low hum of collective exhaustion. The manor, usually a bastion of profound quietude after dark, now throbbed with a peculiar, almost feverish energy, born of Lord Percival Featherington's relentless pursuit of upholstered perfection. Sleep, for his lordship, was an indulgence that could simply not be afforded on the eve of his grand unveiling. For his staff, however, sleep was a distant, longed-for dream, perpetually snatched away by the escalating absurdity of their master's obsession. Lord Percival himself was a man possessed. He had discarded his customary silk dressing-gown for a more practical, if somewhat dusty linen smock, secured with an assortment of safety pins. His spectacles were perched precariously on the end of his nose, perpetually sliding down, only to be shoved back up with a single, precise finger. His hair, usually meticulously combed, now stood in several anxious tufts, reminiscent of disoriented feather pillows. He moved through the grand hall, where the colossal, nearing completion structure of the pillow fort loomed like a magnificent, albeit entirely soft, mountain, with the focused intensity of a master clockmaker or an astronomer charting the stars. Each movement was deliberate, each adjustment agonizingly precise. The fort itself was a sight to behold, a testament to relentless effort and an unimaginable volume of confiscated bedding. It occupied the entire central expanse of the grand hall, dwarfing the ancestral portraits and making the massive fireplace seem like a mere hearth for a doll's house. Its outer walls, composed of thousands of tightly packed, robust brocade and canvas pillows, rose to an impressive height, forming what Lord Percival termed the grand bastion of bolsters. These were reinforced by an intricate latticework of bamboo struts and repurposed antique screens, all carefully concealed beneath draped cashmere blankets, lending the structure an air of mysterious, plush impregnability. Inner walls of softer velvet and silk pillows, arrayed in harmonious color gradients, promised an almost decadent level of comfort within. The roof, a surprisingly stable canopy of interwoven silk throws and heavy damask curtains, was suspended from repurposed chandelier hooks, secured by an alarming number of intricately knotted ropes and strategically placed lead weights, disguised within small embroidered sachets. The very air within the hall was thick with the faint, peculiar smell of new and old textiles, the crisp scent of laundered linen, the musty tang of ancient velvet, the earthy aroma of horsehair, and the delicate, almost ethereal whisper of goose down. Every sound, even Lord Percival's frequent, low murmurs of satisfaction or exasperation, seemed to be absorbed by the surrounding softness, creating a strange, muffled quietude. Blevins, the valet, was Lord Percival's shadow, a man on the very precipice of collapse. His eyelids, heavy with the weight of cumulative sleeplessness, threatened to flutter shut with every slow blink. He clutched a silver-backed lint brush in one hand, and a small leather-bound copy of Hythe Pillow Fort Manifesto in the other, ready to consult the precise diagrams for optimal plumping vectors or cushion-to-frame ratios at a moment's notice. He had long since abandoned the attempt to understand the why of it all, focusing instead on the increasingly difficult how. Blevins, Lord Percival whispered, his voice intense, the tertiary buttress here. He pointed to a section of the fort's outer wall, where a particularly large rectangular pillow, sourced unknown to him from a local pig farmer's guest bed, sat slightly askew. It appears to possess a fractional deviation of perhaps 1.7 degrees from the ideal perpendicularity. The Manifesto, Section 4, subsection beta prime, clearly stipulates a 0.5 degree tolerance for all foundational buttressing elements. Blevins, stifling a yawn that threatened to dislocate his jaw, nodded slowly. "Indeed, my lord. I shall adjust." With movements that were almost painfully slow, he approached the offending cushion. He pushed, he pulled, he gently cajoled, his fingers numb with fatigue. Each adjustment was agonizingly deliberate, for Lord Percival's gaze was unblinking, his focus absolute. Behind them, moving through the labyrinthine corridors created by the sheer volume of stored and sorted pillows, were other members of the staff. Fitzwilliam, the butler, circulated like a phantom, his face a study in utter, dignified despair. He carried a small folded list of last-minute preparations, none of which had anything to do with pillows, but all of which were being desperately neglected in favor of them. He would occasionally catch Blevins' eye, and a silent conversation of shared misery would pass between them. "Are we truly doing this?" "Yes, Blevins, it appears we are. God save us all." Who had been tasked with the impossible mission of ensuring every single pillow within the fort was flawlessly fluffed and wrinkle-free, moved with the haunted expressions of individuals who had witnessed unspeakable horror. Their hands, usually delicate from tending to fine lace, were now raw and red from ceaseless plumping. They would exchange exhausted glances when Lord Percival was not looking. Their silent communication, a testament to the profound absurdity of their nightly toil. One maid, a young woman named Elsie, was seen leaning against a pile of particularly soft down pillows, her eyes closed, her breathing shallow, almost imperceptibly drifting to sleep before a sharp, whispered correction from a supervisor jolted her awake. Lord Percival, meanwhile, was oblivious to their suffering. He was in his element, a conductor before his upholstered orchestra. He spent hours on what he termed the grand plumping audit, moving from cushion to cushion, applying a delicate pat here, a strategic squeeze there, ensuring the volumetric resilience of each component. He would consult his manifesto, then his mental catalogue of hundreds of specific pillows, murmuring their origin and fill composition. Ah, the Hungarian goose down. Superb loft, though one must be mindful of its tendency towards lateral drift. A gentle counter-pressure from the adjacent velvet bolster, I believe, will compensate adequately. He was also obsessing over the acoustic attenuation quotient. He would stand inside the fort, his head tilted, listening intently, convinced he could detect the subtle nuances of soundproofing. A faint residual resonance in the upper register. Perhaps the outer shell requires another layer of the heavier linen weave, Blevins. Yes, that should absorb the higher frequencies adequately. Blevins, barely suppressing a groan, would then have to supervise the delicate process of adding another layer, a task that required the precision of a surgeon and the strength of a stevedore, all without disturbing the already precarious structure. The night wore on. The grandfather clocks in the hall chimed the hours with a slow, deliberate cadence midnight, then 1, then 2, then 3. Each chime was a cruel reminder of the dwindling hours before the king's ball, and the expanding chasm of their sleep deficit. The oil lamps flickered, casting long dancing shadows that made the fort seem to breathe, a colossal, soft beast waiting to be awakened. Lord Percival, fueled by lukewarm chamomile tea and the sheer force of his singular will, continued his meticulous adjustments. He crawled inside the fort, inspecting its inner sanctum. He ran his hand over the silk-lined walls, checking for any wrinkles, any imperfections in the drape. He would lie down on the central lounging area, testing the cumulative comfort of the various layers, murmuring approvals or disapproval. The lumbar support, here it is good. Excellent even. A subtle firmness that cradles the spine, yet the surface yield is utterly magnificent. He imagined the king, perhaps, reclining here, marveling at the genius, oblivious to the fact that his majesty preferred hard-backed chairs and considered anything softer than a stone bench to be an affront to his royal posture. Fitzwilliam at one point entered the grand hall with a tray of fresh candles, his footsteps muffled by the carpet of pillows that now extended almost to the doorways. He watched Lord Percival, a small, pale figure, moving with almost religious fervor within the plush confines of the fort, his hands smoothing a crease here, adjusting a corner there. Blevins, meanwhile, had slumped against a pile of emergency overflow pillows, his eyes closed, his head lolling. He wasn't quite asleep, but he was certainly no longer awake in any functional sense. The butler felt a profound, aching weariness. He had seen empires rise and fall, or at least he had read about them in dusty tomes. He had witnessed the follies of men in power, their strange fixations, and their self-destructive quests. But never, in all his 40 years of impeccable service, had he witnessed anything quite so grandly absurd, so meticulously pointless as a pillow fort destined for a royal ball. The thought of it, the sheer, unadulterated ignominy of it, sent a cold shiver down his spine. As dawn approached, a pale gray light bleeding through the high-arched windows, casting the fort in a soft, ethereal glow, Lord Percival finally stepped back. He wiped his brow with the back of his hand, a small, triumphant sigh escaping his lips. The fort, majestic and unyielding in its softness, stood complete. Every cushion was in its place, every throw perfectly draped, every structural element precisely aligned. It was, he felt, his magnum opus, a testament to his singular vision, a fortress of comfort ready to brave the most raucous of royal gatherings. He turned to Blevins, who, startled awake by the sudden silence, blinked at him with dull, glazed eyes. "Blevins," Lord Percival exclaimed, his voice imbued with a renewed energy. "It is done! A masterpiece. Prepare the conveyance for the royal ballroom, and ensure the contingency pillows are carefully packed. One can never be too prepared for unexpected shifts in structural integrity, even in a work of such undeniable perfection." Blevins merely nodded, his eyes closing again, already dreaming of the merciful oblivion of sleep. Fitzwilliam, observing from the shadows, simply closed his own eyes for a brief, weary moment. The night, thankfully, was over. The morning, and its inevitable, preposterous climax, was now upon them. Chapter 8. The grand pillow revealed the royal ballroom on the night of His Majesty's mandatory ball. Was a shimmering tableau of opulence and carefully choreographed social performance. Chandeliers, blazing with countless candles, cast a warm, golden glow upon the polished marble floors, reflecting the swirl of silk gowns and the dark, impeccable cut of tailored suits. The air hummed with the polite murmur of conversation, the faint rustle of taffeta, and the lilting strains of a string orchestra playing a particularly bland waltz. Footmen, resplendent in their livery, moved with practiced grace, offering trays of champagne and miniature pastries. Duchesses preened, dukes pontificated, and every noble present seemed intent on projecting an air of effortless sophistication, entirely unaware that the most unusual, and arguably most disruptive, guest was about to arrive. Lord Percival Featherington, however, was not concerned with such trivialities as social graces, or the conventional aesthetics of a royal gathering. He was a man with a singular, majestic purpose. He had personally supervised the dismantling of the pillow, fought from the grand somnolence. a process that involved 27 servants, 3 repurposed grain wagons, and an alarming number of knotted ropes. The journey to the palace had been slow and fraught with anxiety for everyone involved, particularly for Fitzwilliam, who had suffered a near apoplectic fit when a particularly large bolster, deemed a crucial structural element, had almost rolled off the last wagon just as they passed through the village square, eliciting a cheer from a small, sleep-deprived crowd of onlookers. Upon arrival at the palace grounds, the logistics had escalated into a symphony of muffled thuds and hushed curses. The fort, transported in precisely catalogued sections, each bundle of pillows carefully wrapped in protective linen, was a monumental undertaking to reassemble within the confines of the royal ballroom. His Majesty, anticipating nothing more than a new arrival of noble guests, had granted Lord Percival the use of a large, rather neglected alcove near the less frequented east entrance, a space usually reserved for an elaborate but rather dusty collection of ancient armaments. This, Lord Percival declared, was perfect. The strategic isolation will enhance its mystique, he had chirped, entirely missing the king's weary sigh. The assembly process began with the furtive, almost stealthy arrival of Lord Percival's contingent. While the main body of guests circulated in the central ballroom, Lord Percival, clad in a new, exquisitely tailored velvet suit that seemed far too stiff for the task at hand, directed his beleaguered staff. Blevins, his face a ghostly pale, clammy mask of exhaustion, moved with the mechanical precision of a wind-up toy, consulting his tattered copy of I the Pillow Fort Manifesto with every placement. Footmen, their normally pristine white gloves smudged with dust and goose down, grunted under the weight of foundation bolsters, their movements slow and heavy. Maids, their hair escaping their neat caps, wrestled with enormous silk throws, attempting to achieve the optimal tension for the canopy. The cacophony of the ball gradually began to be punctuated by the softer, more peculiar sounds emanating from the alcove. The gentle wee thump of a perfectly plumped pillow being settled into place, the faint rustle of silk being smoothed, the occasional quiet dip of a dropped cushion, and Lord Percival's high-pitched, insistent murmurs of direction. "No, Blevins, the Siberian down is for the inner sanctum. That is a robust, load-bearing horsehair. We must maintain the integrity of the basal layer." Slowly, inexorably, the fort began to rise. Like a strange organic growth, it expanded within its allotted alcove, a burgeoning mountain of various textiles and fills. Curious glances began to drift towards the east entrance. A few brave, or perhaps bored, guests wandered closer, their expressions shifting from mild curiosity to utter bewilderment. They saw not a grand entrance for a noble, but a peculiar construction site, where impeccably dressed servants were engaged in the bizarre act of building an enormous, soft edifice. Whispers began to circulate, initially hushed, then growing in volume, carrying phrases like, "What in the king's name is Hetat?" and "Lord Featherington has quite lost his senses, hasn't he?" Lord Percival, however, was in his element, oblivious to the growing murmur. His fort, now largely complete, stood as a magnificent, if utterly out-of-place, monument to his singular vision. Its outer walls, a patchwork of brocades and sturdier linens, rose like battlements, culminating in a draped, domed roof of the finest cashmere, from which ornamental tassels swayed gently. A narrow, inviting entrance beckoned, promising a sanctuary of unparalleled comfort within. He smoothed a final velvet cushion, patted it twice for emphasis, and then, with a flourish, turned to face the ball. He cleared his throat, a small, rather reedy sound that was immediately swallowed by the ambient chatter. He cleared it again, louder this time. The orchestra, sensing a momentary lull, softened its tune. A few more curious nobles drifted closer, drawn by the spectacle of the bizarre, upholstered structure, and Lord Percival's air of profound anticipation. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lord Percival announced, his voice, though still somewhat thin, swelling with pride. "I present to you the Pillow 40, a pinnacle of domestic defensive architecture, a haven of strategic repose, and a testament to the transformative power of the humble cushion." He spread his arms wide, a triumphant, almost beatific smile on his face, gesturing towards the soft, multi-layered behemoth behind him. A ripple of confused silence swept through the immediate vicinity. I started from Lord Percival to the fort, then back to Lord Percival, then to each other. A few titters broke out, quickly suppressed. The king, who had been engaged in a rather tedious conversation about the declining price of wool, looked up, his brow furrowed in a mixture of bewilderment and mild annoyance. "What in blazes is that, Percival?" he boomed, his voice cutting through the polite hush. Before Lord Percival could launch into a detailed explanation from his manifesto, a new, far more resonant voice sliced through the air, sharp as cut glass. "Why, Your Majesty," declared the Duchess of Hollowfield, stepping elegantly into the space directly in front of the king, her jade eyes glittering with a malicious amusement. "It appears to be precisely what it purports to be. A rather aggressively upholstered structure. A monument, if you will, to utter, unadulterated absurdity." She swept closer to the fort, her silken gown rustling softly, her gaze sweeping over the patchwork of fabrics with an almost surgical disdain. Her lips, usually set in a severe line, curved into a faint yet undeniably cutting smile. "Percival, my dear," she purred, her voice carrying across the hushed ballroom, each word a perfectly aimed arrow. "One must commend your ambition. However, as an individual who occasionally concerns herself with the principles of aesthetics, I must declare this. She gestured with a dismissive hand towards the fort, to be nothing less than a colossal, indeed, an epic affront to both architecture and common sense. A gasp rippled through the assembled nobles. To declare something an affront to architecture was one thing. To include common sense in the same breath, particularly at a royal ball, was a daring, almost scandalous pronouncement. The Duchess, however, merely looked calmly at the fort, as if it were a particularly unsightly stain on an otherwise pristine carpet. "An affront?" Lord Percival stammered, his triumphant smile dissolving into a look of profound, bewildered hurt. "But, Eleanor, it is structurally sound. The acoustic attenuation is exemplary. I have documented its historical precedents in a comprehensive manifesto." He gestured feebly towards his valet, as if Blevins might conjure the velvet-bound tome from thin air to prove his point. The Duchess merely raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "Historical precedents, Percival? Unless you are referring to the impromptu dance constructed by particularly unkempt children during a sudden downpour, I confess myself entirely at a loss." "As for acoustic attenuation," she scoffed, "a faint derisive sound. One generally attends a royal ball to hearing the music, to engage in witty banter, not to retreat into a padded cell of your own making." She poked a particularly large lumpy pillow on the fort's outer wall with the toe of her satin slipper, as if testing its offensive density. "And structural sound, you say? It looks as though a single sneeze from a particularly robust gentleman might send it tumbling into a chaotic heap of feathers and fabric." She turned to face the assembled throng, her expression a masterclass in elegant contempt. "Consider, ladies and gentlemen, the sheer impracticality. One attempts to navigate a conversation, only to find oneself speaking to a velvet-covered wall. One seeks a suitable partner for a waltz, only to discover them swallowed by a veritable mountain of horsehair. Is this the future of aristocratic entertainment, Percival? A society that retreats into its own upholstered cocoons, shielded from the very joy and clamor of human interaction?" Her voice, though conversational, held a devastating theatricality. The silence that followed was thick with unspoken agreement. The king, his initial annoyance now turning into a look of distinct disapproval, took a step closer, scrutinizing the fort with a frown. He saw not architectural brilliance, but a chaotic, soft monstrosity, taking up valuable ballroom space and causing a most unseemly disruption. Lord Percival stood frozen, his face paling. The Duchess' words, delivered with such cold, elegant precision, had finally pierced his cocoon of self-delusion. An affront to architecture and common sense. The phrases echoed in his mind, sharp and cutting. He looked at his fort, his masterpiece, now suddenly appearing less like a grand citadel, and more like a rather large, very expensive, and utterly ridiculous pile of bedding. The whispers grew louder, no longer suppressed. Laughter, subtle at first, then bolder, began to ripple through the crowd. Fitzwilliam, watching from the periphery, felt a familiar, chilling sense of inevitability. He had seen this play out before, in smaller, less public arenas. The utter humiliation. The noble lord, stripped bare of his dignity by the force of his own peculiar, unshakable obsession. Blevins, slumped against a nearby tapestry, managed a faint, almost imperceptible groan, perhaps dreaming of the sweet release of a world utterly devoid of pillows. The grand reveal, it seemed, had not gone as Lord Percival had so meticulously planned. Indeed, it had gone precisely as the Duchess of Hollowfield had intended, and the ball, which had barely begun, was already taking a most unexpected and rather embarrassing turn. Chapter 9. The duel of words, the silence that had fallen upon the royal ballroom after the Duchess of Hollowfield's chilling pronouncements, was not the respectful hush of awe, but the stunned quietude that precedes a truly magnificent social disaster. It was the breathless pause before a gilded carriage plunges into a muddy ditch, or a painstakingly constructed house of cards collapses in a most undignified heap. The king, whose usual royal demeanor hovered somewhere between mild boredom and benign indifference, now stood with his jaw clenched, his eyes narrowed, shifting his gaze between the strangely deflated Lord Percival and the Duchess, whose expression remained one of cool, almost surgical, satisfaction. The air, usually thick with the scent of expensive perfume and roasted meats, now carried the faint, unsettling aroma of scandal. Lord Percival Featherington, for his part, stood as if struck by a bolt of exquisitely tailored, yet entirely unyielding, brocade. His face, which only moments ago had glowed with the triumphant zeal of a visionary, was now a pale mask of wounded pride and bewildered indignation. He stared at the Duchess, Lady Eleanor Vance, as if she had just declared his ancestral home to be a mere hovel, or suggested his family crest was, in fact, a crude drawing of a turnip. His magnificent fort, which had been the singular focus of his every waking thought, and the subject of his most profound intellectual endeavors for weeks, had been dismissed. Not merely dismissed, but actively insulting, an affront to architecture and common sense. The words, delivered with such silken contempt, echoed in his ears, chipping away at the very foundations of his self-regard. Then slowly a flush began to creep up Lord Percival's neck, a mottled patch of indignant scarlet that spread to his cheeks, making his normally pale complexion appear alarmingly vibrant. He was not by nature a man given to public displays of temper. His angers were usually of the quiet, simmering variety, reserved for slightly askew-throw pillows or the discovery of a single stray cat hair on an otherwise pristine velvet sofa. But this was different. This was an attack not just on his fort, but on his very being, on the meticulously curated world he had so lovingly constructed, cushion by painstaking cushion. This was an attack, in essence, on his soul. An affront, Lord Percival repeated, his voice, initially a mere croak, gaining a surprising strength. Duchess, you speak of affronts? Your own sensibilities, I dare say, are the true affront here. An affront to comfort, to repose, to the very concept of softness as a civilizing force. His finger, which had been trembling with mortification, now pointed accusingly at the Duchess. You, who prefer to perch upon furniture seemingly carved from unyielding granite, what appreciation can you possibly possess for the delicate balance of loft and resilience, the nuanced embrace of a properly fluffed-down feather, the profound psychological security of a strategically placed bolster? The Duchess merely smiled, a thin, humorless line on her elegant face. My dear Percival, one prefers furniture that encourages upright posture and stimulates the mind, rather than lulling it into a state of vegetative complacency, drowning in a sea of superfluous fluff. Your fort, as you so whimsically call it, resembles nothing so much as a hastily constructed nest for a particularly large, rather unhygienic bird, or perhaps a discard pile from a particularly indulgent haberdasher's shop. She gave a delicate shudder. The very idea of attempting to converse within its stifling confines, while one's sensibilities are assaulted by the competing textures of common cotton and overblown brocade, is quite frankly appalling. Lord Percival gasped, a sound somewhere between a choke and a wounded bird's squawk. Common cotton, Duchess. You dare to impugn the quality of my procurement. Each thread, each fiber, has been meticulously sourced. The linens are of the finest Irish weave, the velvets from the looms of Genoa, the silks are from the very silkworms of the Emperor's personal collection. To call it common is an insult of the gravest magnitude, betraying a complete and utter lack of discernment regarding textiles. He took a step closer to her, his face flushed. One might as well accuse your entire lineage of being stuffed with cheap straw and held together by coarse twine. The collective gasp from the assembled nobles was almost audible. To insult a noble's lineage was a grave transgression, even in jest. But to do so, using the analogy of H-pillow stuffing, was so utterly bizarre, so fundamentally absurd, that it rendered the insult simultaneously shocking and ludicrous. Fitzwilliam, observing from a discreet distance, felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. This was precisely the kind of undignified spectacle he had dreaded. Blevins, who had managed to rouse himself to a semi-conscious state, merely blinked slowly, as if processing the exchange through a thick fog of exhaustion. The Duchess' smile vanished, replaced by a glacial stare. My lineage, Lord Featherington, she said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that still carried perfectly across the hushed ballroom, is as unblemished and as firm as the finest, most tightly woven horsehair. Unlike certain other families whose foundations, one might observe, appear to be composed of nothing but insubstantial goose down, prone to rapid deflation, and a pathetic lack of structural integrity. One hears whispers, Percival, of a certain softness in the Featherington line, a pervasive yield that has historically manifested in a regrettable inability to grasp reality with any degree of firmness. Lord Percival's eyes bulged. Softness? Yield? These are virtues, Duchess, the hallmark of true comfort, the very essence of humaneness. Unlike your own family, whose rigid, unyielding nature is so pronounced one imagines their ancestral portraits are painted on brick, so devoid are they of any discernible pliability or grace. Your idea of comfort, I dare say, consists of a plank of wood and a grim determination to remain perpetually upright, lest you actually experience a moment of genuine relaxation. He was practically vibrating with indignation, his voice rising to an almost hysterical pitch. You are the architectural equivalent of a barren, unadorned wall, devoid of texture, devoid of warmth, devoid of any meaningful aesthetic. And you, Percival, the Duchess retorted, her voice now a low, dangerous growl, are a walking, breathing monument to unnecessary excess. Your mind, it seems, is so utterly consumed by the trivialities of fluff and fill that you have quite forgotten the purpose of a proper home. It is not a warehouse for textiles, nor testing ground for various forms of upholstered indolence. One cannot wage war, nor govern a county, nor even engage in intelligent discourse, while sunk to one's chin in a ludicrous pile of cushions, as if one were a particularly overfed larva, contemplating a prolonged pupation. "Pardon me, Duchess," Lord Percival interjected, citing on a technicality with the desperate precision of a cornered animal, "but the term larva implies a lack of form. My fort, as you would observe if your eyes were not so clouded by your own misguided prejudices, possesses an undeniable form, a geometrically harmonious structure, albeit one of superior tactile appeal. And as for governing, I assure you, my strategic principles of internal arrangement are entirely transferable to matters of state. Imagine the diplomatic advantages of a meeting held within an environment of unparalleled acoustic attenuation, where every sensitive whisper is absorbed and contained." The king, who had been attempting to signal to a nearby courtier to intervene, now visibly recoiled. "Acoustic attenuation?" The man was entirely mad. "Acoustic attenuation?" The Duchess scoffed. "A truly contemptuous sound. You speak of muffling sound, Percival, while the very walls of your so-called fort scream with the combined stench of peasant sweat and stale goose feathers. And as for transferring your strategic principles to matters of state, one shudders to think. A nation governed by the principles of optimal plumping vectors would surely collapse at the first gust of inconvenient wind, much like your flimsy, temporary, textile-based absurdity." She gestured with a theatrical sweep of her arm towards the fort, her face contorted in a grimace of distaste. "It is a soft monstrosity, Percival, a testament to self-indulgence and an utter contempt for the clean lines of true order. It looks as though a flock of particularly confused sheep attempted to build their own palace." Lord Percival quivered, his face now a mottled purple. "Confused sheep? Duchess, you speak of sheep when your own home, Hollowfield Manor, possesses the chilling emptiness of a freshly shorn pasture. There is no warmth, no comfort, no welcoming embrace in its stark, unyielding chambers. One feels as though one might break a bone merely sitting down. Your aesthetic, Eleanor, is not one of elegance but of utter, unforgiving barrenness. It is a monument to the discomfort of others, a constant reminder that joy, and indeed softness, are strictly prohibited." He paused, gathering his breath, his chest heaving under his velvet suit. "And as for the stench of peasant sweat, those pillows, Duchess, were generously donated by my hard-working tenants. A sacrifice for the greater good of this very monument. A monument, I might add, that contains the humble, yet honest essence of their toil, something your sterile, unfeeling upholstery could never hope to capture." This last accusation, delivered with a surprising venom, seemed to hit a nerve. The Duchess' eyes narrowed dangerously. To imply she was unfeeling, or that her home lacked an honest essence, particularly by comparing it to the bodily emanations of the peasantry. "Was a new low peasant sweat, Percival?" she hissed, her voice cutting through the growing murmur of the room like a silver dagger. "So you admit to having tainted this ice creation with the effluvia of the unwashed masses. One might as well sleep on a dung heap and call it a down mattress. And as for my home lacking warmth, it possesses a clarity and an intellectual vigor that your upholstered prison utterly lacks. It encourages thought, not flaccid slumber. Your entire existence, Percival, is a prolonged nap, a soft, indulgent, utterly pointless drift through a world of cushions and complacency." "And yours, Duchess," Lord Percival roared, now entirely beyond the bounds of courtly decorum, his voice cracking with outrage, "is a perpetual state of rigid, self-important wakefulness. You are so afraid of a moment's true comfort that you would rather suffer the indignity of a stiff neck and a pinched nerve than admit the profound genius of a well-placed lumbar pillow. Your soul, I dare say, is stuffed with nothing but dry, brittle straw, and your heart, if indeed you possess one, is as hard and unyielding as a badly manufactured foam core. The insult hung in the air, a final, definitive pillow-based calumny. It was a direct attack on her very humanity, filtered through the peculiar lens of his textile obsession. The Duchess' face, usually so composed, flushed a furious crimson. Her jade eyes blazed with an icy rage. The polite murmuring in the ballroom had ceased entirely, replaced by a collective, horrified silence. Even the string orchestra had faltered, a violin producing a single strained squeak. The king, who had been watching this bizarre exchange with mounting disbelief, finally exploded. "Silence, both of you!" His voice, when truly roused, was a thunderclap that rattled the very chandeliers. He stepped forward, his royal countenance a mask of profound displeasure. "Percival Featherington, Eleanor Vance, this is a royal ball, not a low tavern brawl conducted by two lunatics arguing over their bed linen. Have you no sense of decorum? No respect for this occasion? Or indeed, for your king?" He glared Lord Percival's fort, then back at him. "And you, Percival, this upholstered absurdity. It is an eyesore, an embarrassment. You have disturbed the peace of my palace with this preposterous pile of cushions, and now you insult a duchess within its very walls, using metaphors concerning peasant sweat and foam cores." He threw up his hands in exasperation. "This is beyond the pale." Lord Percival, his breath catching in his throat, suddenly realized the enormity of what he had done. The king's fury was palpable, cold, and absolute. The Duchess, though equally culpable in the duel of words, had possessed the advantage of having been insulted first, and with a rather more public affront to her lineage. He had overstepped, pushed too far, allowed his profound passion for pillows to carry him into a realm of utterly unforgivable social impropriety. He had, in essence, lost his composure over a cushion. Fitzwilliam, watching his lord's face drain of all color, knew instinctively that this was not merely a minor reprimand. This was the turning point. The very air seemed to hum with the weight of impending consequences. Blevins, now fully awake, stood trembling, a single feather clinging precariously to his cheek. The grand pillow reveal had indeed turned into a grand spectacle, but not the one Lord Percival had envisioned. It was a spectacle of absurdity, of public humiliation, and of a noble's precipitous fall from grace, all initiated by the most unlikely of weapons, a well-aimed, textile-infused insult. The duel of words was over, but the fallout was only just beginning. Chapter 10. The king's patience wears thin. The king, a man whose formidable presence usually commanded immediate silence, found his thunderous pronouncement met with a silence so profound it seemed to suck the very air from the royal ballroom. His face, usually a study in regal impassivity, was now a mask of purpling fury, a color that clashed rather spectacularly with the gold brocade of his jacket. He had endured a great many things in his tenure on the throne. Tiresome diplomatic dinners, the endless squabbles of minor nobility over ancestral chickens, and the surprisingly persistent problem of a certain royal hound's unfortunate affinity for eating the state seal. He had even, on one particularly memorable occasion, suffered through an entire evening of a court poet's epic ode to a particularly robust turnip. But this was a new level of aristocratic absurdity, a public spectacle of such undignified nonsense that it grated on every nerve of his royal being. He had always found Lord Percival Featherington to be an odd sort, even among a court populated by men and women of peculiar habits and even stranger fixations. Percival, with his perpetually pristine cravats and his singular, unwavering devotion to the world of soft furnishings had always been an anomaly. The king recalled, with a fresh wave of irritation, Percival's refusal to participate in the annual royal stag hunt, citing a sudden, urgent need to re-evaluate the optimal feather-to-silk ratio for the conservatory's window seat cushions. Or the time he had presented His Majesty with a detailed, hand-drawn proposal for replacing all the throne room's uncomfortable wooden benches with ergonomically superior, historically inspired, multi-layered puffs. A concept the king had found so utterly preposterous he had dismissed it with a single, uncharacteristic roar of laughter, much to Percival's genuine bewilderment. Then there was the incident of the royal menagerie's new lion, a rather ill-tempered beast that Percival had, without consulting anyone, decided needed acoustic dampening for optimal repose. He had attempted to line the lion's cage with tightly woven horsehair cushions, insisting it would create a sanctuary of contained ferocity. The ensuing chaos, which involved a very startled lion, 3 terrified stable hands, and a considerable amount of shredded horsehair, had cost the royal treasury a fortune in repairs and therapy for the unfortunate stable boys. The king still remembered the faint scent of lion and damp horsehair that had clung to the palace for weeks after. And only last year, during a particularly grim winter council meeting concerning the grain harvest, Percival had, entirely unprompted, launched into a 20-minute dissertation on the superior insulative properties of Hungarian goose down versus common duck feathers, suggesting that the peasantry might endure the cold more comfortably if they simply optimized their sleeping arrangements. The king had nearly choked on his fortified wine. It was not that Percival was malicious, or even actively disloyal. He was simply, profoundly, and utterly detached from any reality that did not involve the strategic placement of a cushion. But this A-Fort-Ite, this monumental pile of other people's pillows, thrust into the very heart of his royal ballroom, was a step too far. It was an aesthetic abomination, a logistical nightmare, and now a public humiliation. The argument with the Duchess had been the final straw, a bizarre, textile-based duel of insults that had devolved into a discussion of peasant sweat and foam cores. The king, who valued decorum above almost all else, felt his patience, already worn thin by a lifetime of Percival's cushioned eccentricities, finally snap. "Percival Featherington," the king bellowed again, his voice echoing through the stunned ballroom. The string orchestra, which had bravely attempted to resume a tentative waltz, immediately ceased, the final note hanging in the air like a condemned man's last breath. Every eye in the room was fixed upon the king, then upon Lord Percival, then upon the Duchess, whose expression had, by some miracle of aristocratic control, returned to one of cold, unreadable satisfaction. "Your Majesty," Lord Percival stammered, his face now truly ashen, the indignant flush having receded, leaving him looking as pale and deflated as a carelessly pricked puff. He took a hesitant step forward, his hands clasped tightly before him, resembling a particularly anxious penitent. "Silence!" the king commanded, his eyes blazing. "I asked you to attend a ball, Percival. A royal ball. A dignified occasion for my nobles to gather, to converse, to perhaps engage in a polite dance or two. Not to construct some absurd, soft-sided aim fortress in my ballroom, and certainly not to engage in a public squabble with the Duchess over the eye quality of pillow stuffing." He gestured wildly between Percival and the still composed Duchess, then at the fort, which loomed behind Percival like a silently judging, upholstered mountain. The nobles present, stifling coughs and carefully avoiding eye contact, shifted uncomfortably. A few younger ladies, however, unable to contain their mirth, risked fleeting, suppressed giggles behind their gloved hands. Their governesses would have words with them later. Even some of the court's most seasoned diplomats, men accustomed to navigating treacherous political waters, found themselves utterly at a loss. How did one diplomatically address a pillow fort? let alone the public argument over its construction materials? Your Majesty, with the utmost respect, Lord Percival attempted, trying to regain some semblance of his usual composure. The fort is not merely an edifice. It is a philosophical statement, a sanctuary from the clamor, a practical demonstration of optimal repose and acoustic attenuation. He glanced desperately at the fort, as if it might somehow speak for itself, might convey the profound genius contained within its textile walls. A sanctuary from common sense, more like, the king retorted, taking another step closer, his voice rising in volume. And as for acoustic attenuation, Percival, I can hear the lamentations of my tenants from here. My bailiffs inform me you have, in your boundless enthusiasm for this padded folly, stripped half the county of their very bedding. Do you imagine your subjects sleep soundly upon bundles of straw and old rags, while their finest goose down contributes to your absurd little cocoon? This was a blow. Lord Percival's jaw dropped, a flicker of genuine shock crossing his features. He had been so utterly consumed by the theoretical perfection of his fort that the actual human cost of its construction had barely registered. Fitzwilliam, observing this moment of dawning realization from his position near a particularly large, decorative potted palm, felt a grim satisfaction. The butler had tried to warn him. He had tried so very hard. The Duchess of Hollowfield, seeing Percival momentarily speechless, allowed herself a small, almost imperceptible smirk. She adjusted a diamond bracelet on her wrist, her posture regal and unimpeachable. And the cost, Percival? The king continued, his anger gaining momentum, fueled by years of accumulated annoyance. Do you know the expense involved in transporting this allier of cushions? The disruption to my palace staff? My own footmen, I'm told, have spent the entire afternoon attempting to navigate around it, causing no end of shattered porcelain and sprained ankles. And now you stand here at a royal ball and argue with the Duchess using such vulgar metaphors, comparing her lineage to common straw, implying her heart is a defectively manufactured foam core. It is utterly, absolutely unacceptable. The king's face was now truly purple, a hue usually reserved for particularly rich plums or poorly aged port. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving under his royal regalia. He had reached his limit. This was not just about the fort, it was about Percival's consistent, infuriating inability to act like a proper nobleman, his complete disregard for courtly expectations. His insular world of thread counts and pillow lofts had finally definitively worn the king's formidable patience to a thread. Percival, the king said, his voice dropping slightly, but now laced with a cold, dangerous resolve. Your obsession has long been tolerated as mere eccentricity. But this is beyond the pale. It is an affront to my court, an insult to my nobles, and a profound disruption to the peace of my kingdom. And you have, in your bizarre pursuit of cushioned perfection, utterly disgraced yourself. The weight of the king's words seemed to settle upon Lord Percival like 1,000 horsehair pillows. He swayed slightly, his eyes wide and unfocused. The grand ballroom, the glittering chandeliers, the murmuring nobles, all seemed to blur into an indistinct backdrop. All he could see was the king's furious face, and the triumphant, chillingly polite smile of the Duchess. His beloved fort, his masterpiece, now felt like a lead weight dragging him down. Fitzwilliam braced himself. He knew this tone. He had heard it before, usually just before a particularly unfortunate courtier was banished to some remote, perpetually damp province, or divested of some cherished title. Blevins, who had been standing stiffly beside the fort, felt a wave of dizziness and quietly slumped against the nearest velvet bolster, his eyes rolling back in his head. Even in his unconscious state, he seemed to be instinctively seeking the comfort of a pillow. The king's patience was not merely worn thin, it had snapped irrevocably. The quiet hum of conversation in the ballroom had been replaced by a tense, anticipatory silence. Everyone knew that a royal pronouncement, one of significant consequence, was about to be made. And it would not be a soft one. Chapter 11. The Fateful Suggestion. The king's thundering pronouncements had frozen the royal ballroom in a tableau of aristocratic horror. His face, still a mottled purple, radiated a displeasure so profound it seemed to chill the very air. Lord Percival Featherington, reduced to a trembling pale imitation of his former self, stood before his Majesty like a condemned man. The grand pillow fort looming behind him, like a monument to his colossal misjudgment. The Duchess of Hollowfield. Lady Eleanor Vance, however, remained poised, her jade eyes fixed upon Percival with a look of cool, almost triumphant satisfaction. She had achieved precisely what she had intended, the public dismantling of Percival's dignity. Yet, even as the king's anger simmered, a flicker of something else began to dance in the Duchess' eyes, a spark of cunning, an inkling of an even grander humiliation. The king, having vented the initial, volatile burst of his fury, now stood breathing heavily, his chest heaving under his royal regalia. He looked from the disgraced Lord Percival to the absurdly large, multi-textured fort, then back to the still unperturbed Duchess. His rage, though potent, was beginning to give way to the familiar, almost weary, amusement he often felt in the face of Percival's more egregious follies. The man was infuriating, yes, but undeniably entertaining in his single-minded absurdity. And the idea of a nobleman losing his composure over pillow stuffing, and then insulting a duchess with such bizarre, textile-based calumnies, was, in a strange, dark way, rather hilarious. A monarch's life was often dull. Such moments, however scandalous, provided a certain diversion. It was in this precise moment of the king's transition from righteous indignation to morbid curiosity that the Duchess seized her opportunity. She stepped forward, her movements as fluid and precise as a perfectly executed ballet. Her voice, usually sharp, now took on a tone of surprising, almost deferential calm, though a keen ear might detect the razor's edge beneath the silken surface. "Your Majesty," she began, her gaze sweeping subtly across the hushed, expectant faces of the court, "if I may be so bold as to interject into this regrettable discussion." She paused, allowing the weight of the moment to settle. Lord Percival, in his fervent, if misguided dedication to his peculiar form of domestic architecture, has clearly overstepped the bounds of courtly decorum. His fort, as I have stated, is an affront. His words, however, were perhaps spoken in the heat of an artist passion, albeit a passion for rather eyes-off arts. A few faint titters rippled through the crowd, quickly stifled by Fitzwilliam's stern glare from the shadows. Lord Percival, still reeling from the king's wrath, looked at the Duchess with a mixture of confusion and a faint, desperate hope. Was she interceding on his behalf? Had her icy heart, perhaps, felt a pang of sympathy for his public mortification? He should have known better. However, the Duchess continued, her voice gaining a subtle, almost imperceptible gleam. The question of true architectural merit, and indeed the very nature of comfort and strategic repose, seems to be a matter of considerable contention between Lord Percival and myself. And dare I say, it has now become a matter of public debate, inadvertently engaging even your Majesty's most valuable time. She bowed her head slightly in a gesture of false humility. It seems an opportune moment for a definitive resolution, does it not? The king, intrigued by the unexpected turn, raised an eyebrow. A resolution, Duchess? And how, pray tell, do you propose we resolve this spirited disagreement over cushions and common sense? A slight, almost imperceptible twitch played at the corner of his lips. The Duchess met his gaze, a subtle, almost imperious glint in her jade eyes. A trial, your Majesty. A contest of skill, if you will. Let us settle this matter of domestic architecture once and for all. Lord Percival clearly believes his methods are superior. I, equally clearly believe them to be a monument to misguided excess. Let us put it to the ultimate test." She turned, her gaze sweeping over the grand ballroom, then back to the king. "Let us each construct a pillow fort. Here. Tonight, Duchess. By dawn, your majesty shall judge which fort is truly superior. The victor shall uphold their reputation, and indeed, their standing among the nobility. The loser," she paused, allowing the tension to build, "the loser shall forfeit their title." A collective gasp swept through the ballroom, louder and more pronounced than any previous murmur. Forfeit their title? Over a pillow fort. It was an unprecedented, almost unthinkable proposition. The stakes, previously confined to bruised egos and social standing, had just escalated to encompass wealth, power, and generational legacy. Even the king's initial amusement was momentarily overshadowed by surprise. Lord Percival's eyes widened to saucers. Forfeit his title? The Featherington name, which had endured for centuries, passed down through a long line of unremarkable but undeniably titled ancestors. I'll for a pillow fort. A wave of dizzying panic washed over him, momentarily eclipsing even his profound love for textile arts. The king, however, after a moment of stunned silence, let out a short, sharp bark of laughter. It was not a kindly laugh, but one born of genuine, if cruel, amusement. Forfeit their title, you say, Duchess? He looked from the perfectly composed Eleanor to the utterly aghast Percival. A bold proposal, but exceedingly amusing. He stroked his chin, his eyes twinkling with a dangerous light. The public spectacle, the sheer, delicious absurdity of two nobles, one so fixated on softness and the other so disdainful of it, battling for their very titles, using cushions as weapons, it was too good to resist. It would be a story told in court for generations, and it would certainly teach Percival a lesson about decorum. Indeed, your majesty, the Duchess continued, pressing her advantage, her voice laced with a controlled eagerness. And to ensure fairness, and to truly test Lord Percival's claims of strategic procurement and optimal material utilization, I propose a crucial condition. We shall use only the materials readily available within the palace. No external shipments, no requisitioning from the peasantry, no ancient family heirlooms brought in specially from one's own estate. We must make do with what is on hand. It will test true ingenuity, not merely the size of one's inherited textile collection. This was the stroke of genius, the subtle twist of the knife that would truly seal Percival's fate. The king's eyes gleamed. He knew Percival's estate was overflowing with an insane quantity of cushions, some of which had, apparently, been forcefully acquired from his own sleeping subjects. To restrict him to the palace's relatively meager, though still substantial, supply would be to hobble the master of cushioncraft. The palace, while grand, certainly did not possess the thousands upon thousands of meticulously curated, specialized pillows that comprised the Grand Somnolence's inventory. Its furniture, while elegant, was mostly firm, designed for state functions, not for prolonged, indulgent repose. Lord Percival, as the Duchess' words truly sunk in, felt a cold dread worse than any previous humiliation. Only palace materials, no access to his categorized inventories, no Siberian goose down, no horsehair for foundational elements. His meticulously crafted manifesto, with its precise specifications for fill, density, and weave, suddenly felt like a useless scrap of paper. He had based his entire grand design on a theoretically infinite supply of his own meticulously acquired comfort items. The king's palace, while opulent, had a surprising shortage of truly prime pillow fort-building materials. Its cushions were decorative, certainly, but few were designed for load-bearing or acoustic attenuation. They were ornamental, not structural. But, Your Majesty, Lord Percival stammered, his voice betraying a hint of panic. The structural integrity, the precise specifications of the Manifesto I require, specific densities, specific fill types. My fort is a product of meticulous planning, not a haphazard collection of. He trailed off, realizing he was sounding precisely like the petulant, obsessive man the Duchess had so skillfully portrayed him to be. Nonsense, Percival, the king boomed, his amusement now fully blossoming into a wide, if slightly menacing smile. A true master of any craft should be able to adapt. Show us your ingenuity. Prove that your philosophical endeavor is more than just a mountain of stolen bedding. You will each be allotted a section of this ballroom on opposite ends, and a team of my own footmen to assist. You will have until dawn. When the first rays of sunlight strike the floor, the challenge ends. Then, I, and perhaps a small impartial committee of discerning courtiers, shall judge. The better fort wins. The other loses everything. He waved a dismissive hand towards the now truly terrified Lord Percival. Consider it a lesson in humility, Percival, and perhaps a demonstration that true nobility lies not in the acquisition of excessive comfort, but in the ability to adapt to less than ideal circumstances. The king then turned to the assembled orchestra. "Music," he commanded, his voice suddenly jovial, "and clear these two sections of the ballroom immediately. We have a rather unusual sporting event to prepare for." Fitzwilliam, the butler, who had been contemplating the exact moment at which he might discreetly faint without causing further embarrassment, straightened his shoulders. This was it, the ultimate indignity. His lord stripped bare of his title, all because of an argument over a pillow fort, and at the king's ball no less. He caught Blevins' eye. The valet, now fully awake and trembling, managed a single profound groan. The silent rebellion of the Featherington staff had suddenly become very, very loud indeed. The Duchess of Hollowfield, meanwhile, offered Lord Percival a final serene smile, a smile that promised utter, uncompromising ruin. The game, it seemed, was truly afoot, and it would be played with pillows. Chapter 12. The all-night pillow wore the king's pronouncement, delivered with the ringing finality of a death knell for Lord Percival Featherington's title, transformed the resplendent royal ballroom into an arena of absurd, textile-based conflict. The string orchestra, still reeling from the earlier bizarre exchange, picked up a nervous, agitated tune, a sprightly jig that seemed entirely at odds with the solemnity of the occasion. Courtiers, initially frozen in disbelief, began to murmur, then to chatter, their whispers rising to a fascinated hum. This was not merely a ball. This was an unprecedented, high-stakes spectacle, a duel of upholstered wills with a peerage hanging in the balance. Lord Percival, still reeling from the shock, felt as though the very air had been sucked from his lungs, leaving him gasping in a vacuum of impending doom. His magnificent, meticulously planned fort, the one he had painstakingly constructed at the Grand Somnolence, now loomed behind him like a mocking, cushioned behemoth, a cruel reminder of the wealth of materials he could no longer access. The palace's meager supply, as specified by the Duchess and endorsed by the king, felt like a cruel jest. How could one construct a monument of comfort and strategic repose from a few stiff ornamental bolsters and the occasional, rather thinly stuffed, decorative cushion? His eight-pillow fort manifesto, clutched desperately in Blevins' trembling hand, was suddenly rendered obsolete, a beautifully bound volume of irrelevant specifications. The king, meanwhile, in a burst of unexpected royal energy, began directing his own palace staff, a phalanx of bewildered footmen and equally bewildered maids, to clear two distinct, symmetrical areas at opposite ends of the ballroom. Tables laden with champagne flutes and delicate pastries were swept away with unceremonious haste. Chairs, settees, and even potted palms were hastily relocated, creating vast, empty expanses of polished marble that seemed to mock the very idea of softness. The Duchess of Hollowfield, observing this with a faint chilling smile, moved with the purposeful stride of a general surveying her battlefield, her silk gown rustling with anticipation. "Percival, you shall have the east quadrant," the king declared, gesturing with a rather dramatic sweep of his hand. "And Duchess, you shall command the west. My footmen shall assist each of you equally. Let us see, then, whose ingenuity prevails." He then settled himself on a rather uncomfortable, but strategically positioned, throne-like chair near the central stage, flanked by a few select courtiers who, despite their attempts at solemnity, were clearly enjoying the unfolding absurdity. "Refreshments," he boomed to a startled servant, "and perhaps a fresh deck of cards. It appears this evening may be rather longer than anticipated." The battle began. Lord Percival, still clutching his useless manifesto, approached his allotted space with the dazed air of a somnambulist. His designated footmen, a group of burly, long-suffering individuals who usually spent their nights polishing armor, stood at attention, awaiting his instructions. He looked at the paltry pile of palace cushions they had amassed for him, a handful of stiff gold-embroidered decorative pillows, a few thinly stuffed lumbar supports from various antechambers, and a singular, rather lumpy, velvet poof from the royal children's playrooms. His heart sank. These were not structural elements. They were mere ornaments, incapable of bearing any meaningful load, devoid of any significant acoustic attenuation properties, and certainly not conducive to optimal repose. Percival began, his voice hoarse with desperation, attempting to recall the fundamental principles of his manifesto, even if the materials were entirely unsuitable. "We must establish a sturdy base. Where are the foam cores? The high-density horsehair?" The footmen exchanged blank glances. "My lord," offered one, "we have a rather firm set of velvet cushions from the green drawing-room. They are quite robust for sitting." Percival sighed, a sound of profound artistic agony. "Sitting, yes, but for bearing weighty? Very well. Place them thusly." He pointed with a trembling finger, attempting to mimic the precise angles from his diagrams. His movements were frantic, his instructions often contradictory, as he grappled with the terrifying disparity between his grand vision and the grim reality of his available materials. He tried to stack the flimsy decorative pillows, but they immediately slumped or slid, refusing to form any cohesive wall. He attempted to drape a heavy velvet curtain over two repurposed antique coat racks, hoping to create a roof, but the weight proved too much, and it sagged miserably, looking less like a majestic canopy and more like a deflated tent. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the ballroom, the Duchess of Hollowfield operated with cool, ruthless efficiency. She was not a connoisseur of comfort, but she was a master of pragmatism and strategic deployment. Her pile of palace materials was similar to Percival's, but she viewed them not as pillows, but as objects of varying shape and density to be pressed into service. She disregarded any notion of plushness or repose, focusing solely on structural integrity and the creation of a visually imposing barrier. Her staff, equally large and equally bewildered by the task, moved with military precision under her crisp, unhesitating commands. Eleanor did not speak of optimal plumping vectors or acoustic attenuation. She spoke of angles, of stability, of sheer, unapologetic bulk. "Use that small, sturdy side table as a corner pillar," she commanded, pointing to a surprisingly solid piece of furniture. "Drape those tapestries over it for walls. Peel the cushions against the base, not for comfort, but for sheer, unyielding mass." She even directed them to retrieve a few decorative suits of armor from a nearby display, using their empty, hollow interiors as surprisingly effective rigid frames, around which she artfully draped and lashed the flimsier pillows, creating a surprisingly formidable, if rather stark, structure. It was less a fort and more a decorative barricade, a visual statement of unyielding severity. As the hours dragged on, and the grand ball dwindled to a handful of fascinated, bleary-eyed observers and the perpetually amused king. The tactics grew increasingly desperate. Lord Percival, his linen smock now smudged with dust and sweat, his hair truly wild, began to resort to desperate measures. He caught sight of a palace guard, a hulking man leaning against a pillar, his eyes heavy with sleep. "My good man," Percival whispered urgently, his voice raspy. "A word. I see your discomfort. Your vigilance is admirable. But surely you crave true repose." He reached into his inner pocket and, with a trembling hand, produced a small, exquisitely embroidered silk pillow, a relic from his own grand estate, somehow smuggled past Fitzwilliam's vigilant eye. "This," he whispered, "is a genuine grade, a Hungarian goose-down, a pillow of unparalleled softness. Yours, my good man, if you would merely assist us in persuading the stewards to release more of the palace's firmer cushions." The guard, his eyes widening at the sight of the pillow, hesitated. The lure of true softness, after so many nights on a hard barracks cot, was almost unbearable. He glanced at the king, then back at the pillow, then at the frantic Lord Percival. He slowly reached out, his fingers brushing the silk. It was a tangible piece of heaven. Word of Percival's pillow bribery spread quickly through the palace staff. Soon, other footmen and even some of the lower-ranking palace maids approached him, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of hope and opportunism. Percival, his personal cache of illicit pillows dwindling alarmingly, found himself trading valuable lumbar supports and decorative shams for the surreptitious delivery of slightly sturdier cushions, or for a temporary crucial diversion of the Duchess' assigned footman. He even, in a moment of true desperation, promised one particularly eager scullery maid a lifetime supply of Siberian goose down if she could somehow misplace a key to the Duchess' allocated store of particularly firm state-owned wool blankets, which Eleanor was using as crucial structural components. The Duchess, however, was not one to be outmaneuvered by such crude displays of generosity. Her tactics were far more subtle, more insidious. She noted Percival's frantic, disorganized movements, his reliance on his beloved, but now useless, Manifesto. She knew his weakness, his obsessive precision, his need for aesthetic harmony. She began her campaign of sabotage with whispers. "My dear footman," she would murmur, her voice sweet as honey, to one of the palace staff nominally assisting Percival. "Lord Percival seems to be rather distressed by the lack of BB balance in that particular wall segment. Perhaps if you were to subtly rotate that brocade cushion by, say, a mere quarter turn, it would surely alleviate his anxiety." The footman, eager to please a duchess and entirely unaware of the precise calculations of Percival's e.g. pillow fort manifesto, would innocently comply, unknowingly introducing a subtle structural weakness that would later cause a minor, but frustrating, collapse. Then came the accidental misplacements. A particularly dense red velvet cushion, which Percival had earmarked as a crucial corner piece, would inexplicably vanish from his pile, only to reappear minutes later, strategically placed behind a potted palm, or on one memorable occasion half hidden beneath the king's very own throne. These minor delays, compounded by Percival's own frantic indecisiveness, slowly chipped away at his progress. Her most devastating act of sabotage, however, was psychological. She would occasionally stroll past Percival's struggling construction, a faint, condescending smile on her lips. She would pause, tilting her head, and then, with an elegant sigh, remark, "Oh, Percival, it appears the structural integrity of your south-facing wall is rather beflaciding. One almost expects it to simply melt into a puddle of fabric." Or, on another occasion, she would comment loudly, within Percival's earshot, to her own staff, "Ensure our corners are unyielding, gentlemen. We are building a fortress, not a pile of laundry." These seemingly innocuous comments, delivered with a casual cruelty, would send Percival into a fresh paroxysm of anxiety, causing him to doubt his every decision and frantically rearrange perfectly stable sections of his nascent fort. The all-night pillow war raged, less with shouts and more with frantic whispers, muffled thuds, and the cloying smell of sweat and goose feathers. Lord Percival, his face smudged, his elegant suit disheveled, moved like a man possessed, driven by the terror of losing his title and the desperate hope of proving his vision. He experimented with unlikely materials, a stack of ceremonial flags tied together for internal bracing, a discarded royal portrait easel used as a makeshift archway, even a collection of discarded royal robes stuffed into cushion covers to create temporary, albeit shapeless, fillers. His initial commitment to his manifesto's precision had given way to a frantic, improvisational chaos. The Duchess, by contrast, remained cool, collected, and relentlessly efficient. Her fort, while lacking the aesthetic grace Percival so desperately sought, was undeniably robust. It was a stark, almost brutalist structure, built for function, not form. She had used the heaviest tapestries as load-bearing walls, reinforced with stacks of chairs, and then artfully disguised these rigid elements with the palace's decorative cushions, creating an illusion of softness over an armature of unyielding practicality. Her strategy was clear: build something undeniably solid, no matter how uninviting. The king, meanwhile, had found the entire spectacle endlessly diverting. He had sent for more champagne, and periodically offered terse, sometimes contradictory, advice to both sides purely for his own amusement. Percival, less fluff, more function. And Duchess, perhaps a touch more ambience, though she wisely ignored his latter suggestion. As the first faint streaks of gray light began to seep through the high arched windows of the ballroom, painting the polished floors with the pale promise of dawn, both forts stood complete. Lord Percival's creation was a chaotic, asymmetrical mound, a desperate, valiant attempt at grandeur that ultimately resembled a very large, very exhausted, and rather lopsided haystack of assorted soft goods. It sagged in places, bulged in others, and several of its more desperate structural choices were clearly visible. The velvet poof from the children's room, serving as a cornerstone, looked particularly forlorn. Yet there was a certain pitiable charm to it, a raw, desperate effort to achieve comfort against impossible odds. The Duchess fort, by contrast, was a formidable, if somewhat severe, block of upholstered mass. It was undeniably stable, its surfaces taut and unyielding, its structure clearly defined by the hidden furniture and rigid elements within. It projected an aura of impenetrable, uninviting solidity, a fortress designed to repel rather than to welcome. It was not a place one would wish to recline, but it was certainly a place one would not easily breach. The orchestra had long since fallen silent, their musicians having retreated to whatever corners of the palace offered respite. Only the king, a few of his most dedicated, or perhaps most perverse courtiers, and the exhausted combatants remained, bathed in the growing light of the new day. Lord Percival stood beside his sagging, desperate masterpiece, panting, his hair plastered to his forehead, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a faint lingering hope. The Duchess stood beside her stark, unyielding structure, her posture impeccable, her face devoid of any visible fatigue, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lip. The all-night pillow war was over. The judgment and its fateful consequences were now upon them. Chapter 13. The dawn of reckoning, the first faint blush of dawn, a soft pearlescent gray, began to filter through the grand arched windows of the royal ballroom, casting long, ethereal shadows across the polished marble. The air, which had thrummed with frantic activity throughout the night, was now thick with a heavy anticipatory silence, punctuated only by the shallow, ragged breaths of the exhausted combatants and the occasional nervous rustle of a silken gown. The king, surprisingly refreshed by a glass of strong, spiced wine, and the invigorating spectacle of two nobles in the throes of utter absurdity, straightened his jacket and pushed himself from his uncomfortable chair. His committee of discerning courtiers, a collection of bleary-eyed gentlemen and ladies who had dutifully remained awake, straightened their own weary postures, bracing themselves for the inevitable judgment. Lord Percival Featherington, his elaborate velvet suit rumpled and smudged with dust, and a faint embarrassing sheen of exertion, stood beside his creation, panting slightly. His hair, a wild, disheveled halo, caught the nascent light, making him appear less like a noble and more like a particularly zealous, yet profoundly unsuccessful, architect who had just survived a minor textile-based earthquake. His eyes, though bloodshot and rimmed with fatigue, still held a flicker of desperate hope, a fervent belief in the inherent genius of his work, despite its undeniably chaotic appearance. Blevins, his face a mask of greenish-gray exhaustion, swayed faintly behind him, clutching the crumpled pillow fort Manifesto like a talisman against the encroaching madness. The Duchess of Hollowfield, by stark contrast, appeared as serene and composed as if she had just emerged from a leisurely, perfectly timed slumber. Her gown remained uncreased, her hair immaculately pinned, her jade eyes bright and entirely devoid of fatigue. She stood beside her own fort, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk playing on her lips, her posture radiating an air of calm, unyielding confidence. She seemed to emit an aura of quiet triumph, like a predator patiently awaiting its guaranteed meal. The king approached Lord Percival's fort first, his footsteps echoing in the silence, each step deliberate and heavy. He paused before it, his hands clasped behind his back, his brow furrowed in a mixture of bewilderment and the lingering irritation of a monarch whose patience had been tested beyond all reasonable limits. Lord Percival's fort was, to put it mildly, a study in ambitious failure. It was grandiose in its conception, certainly, attempting to mimic the sweeping curves and intricate chambers detailed in his ill-fated manifesto, but utterly unstable in its execution. The outer walls, a desperate patchwork of various palace cushions, stiff brocades from the formal drawing rooms, faded damasks from the lesser-used antechambers, and even, alarmingly, several rather lumpy, patched pillows that had clearly been pilfered from the palace servants' quarters during the night, bulged and sagged in a multitude of unfortunate directions. The grand archway, which Lord Percival had envisioned as a majestic portal of plush welcome, now slumped precariously, held aloft by a precariously balanced stack of antique storybooks and a repurposed gilded broom handle. The king peered closely at a section of the wall. A feather, tiny and white, floated idly from a seam, landing softly on the polished marble floor. He nudged a bulging side with the toe of his boot. The entire section wobbled ominously, causing Percival to wince and Blevins to emit a faint, distressed squeak. "Percival," the king rumbled, his voice low, "is this stable?" "Your Majesty?" Lord Percival burst forth, his voice raspy. "It is of supreme philosophical stability, while perhaps lacking the ideal physical rigidity due to the constraints of available materials. Its aconceptual integrity remains unimpeachable. The internal buttressing, though improvised, distributes weight across the lower strata with surprising efficiency." He gestured frantically towards the sagging entrance, as if explaining the nuances of an invisible masterpiece. "The aesthetic, as you can see, is one of organic, fluid comfort, inviting repose." The king stepped closer to the entrance, a grimace forming on his face. The interior, dimly lit by a single flickering oil lamp Percival had somehow acquired, seemed to be a chaotic jumble of various fabrics and mismatched cushions, pillaged rather haphazardly. It looked less like an inner sanctum of repose, and more like the inside of a particularly untidy laundry hamper. He noticed a rather gaudy, gold-tasseled curtain, intended as a luxurious inner lining, had come partially undone, revealing a stack of rather worn, royal laundry bags that Percival had evidently used as emergency stuffing for some of the thinner cushions. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of stale lavender and unwashed linen emanated from within. "Acoustic attenuation, Percival?" the king asked, his voice laced with heavy skepticism, recalling the duel of words. "Does it attenuate the rather distinct aroma of hastily repurposed laundry?" Lord Percival winced, his face flushing anew. "That, your majesty, is a minor aesthetic oversight, I assure you. Easily rectified. The crucial element is the muffling of external clamor, the creation of a personal soundscape. Try it, your majesty. Step inside." The king hesitated. The thought of entering that precarious, lopsided mound of questionable textiles filled him with a profound sense of foreboding. He imagined it collapsing upon him, trapping him beneath a suffocating avalanche of mismatched cushions and peasant-sourced feathers, a most undignified end for a monarch. He recalled the Duchess' mocking comment about a sneeze sending it tumbling. He did not sneeze. He noticed, too, that some of the cushions on the outer walls bore unmistakable signs of their former lives. A faint burn mark on one brocade pillow from a palace kitchen's errant spark. A tear in a damask cushion that had clearly been mended with a rather crude needlework job. Even a faint, rather suspicious, damp patch on a velvet bolster that Percival had clearly acquired from somewhere near the stables. The grandiosity was there, in Percival's earnest explanation, but the execution was betrayed by the desperate reality of the materials. It was a fort built on dreams and increasingly flimsy, illicitly obtained, and rather tired pillows. Satisfied, or perhaps merely resigned? The king moved on, leaving Lord Percival standing beside his teetering creation, a picture of anxious, hopeful despair. Levins, exhaling a shuddering breath, took a tentative step back, as if fearing the entire structure might spontaneously implode. The king then approached the Duchess of Hollowfield's fort. Here, the contrast was immediate and striking. The Duchess' fort was undeniably modest in its scale, far smaller than Percival's sprawling, ambitious creation. It stood in a neat, compact rectangle, its lines clean and surprisingly rigid. It lacked the flowing, organic curves Percival so cherished, or the ostentatious display of luxurious textile. It was, rather, a masterpiece of pragmatic construction, a triumph of function over form. Its outer walls, though constructed from similar palace cushions, were tightly packed and precisely aligned, creating an illusion of uniformity despite the varying fabrics. The Duchess had used the heaviest, most unyielding furniture, sturdy armoires, solid oak sideboards, even a large decorative stone planter filled with an unfortunately wilted fern as hidden internal scaffolding. These rigid elements were then cleverly disguised, wrapped and lashed with thick tapestries and the palace's heaviest blankets, with the decorative cushions serving not as structural components, but as mere cosmetic facings. The result was a structure that, while not inviting, was undeniably solid. It looked, quite frankly, like a fort. A rather severe utilitarian fort, but a fort nonetheless. The king approached it, and with a satisfied nod placed his hand on a corner. It was firm, unyielding, as solid as a well-built brick wall, despite its soft exterior. No wobbling, no sagging, no stray feathers escaping. The Duchess had even managed to create a surprisingly robust, if rather low entrance, reinforced by what appeared to be two repurposed, uncomfortably heavy ceremonial parade drums, draped with velvet to blend in. "Duchess," the king stated, a note of approval in his voice, "this appears substantial." "Indeed, your majesty," the Duchess replied, her voice calm and clear. "It is designed for maximum structural integrity, utilizing the palace's inherent solidity to its fullest advantage. Comfort, while a pleasant indulgence, is a secondary consideration to fundamental stability. One cannot defend oneself, or indeed contemplate with clarity, if one's dwelling is prone to spontaneous deconstruction. She gestured to the visible taut lines of her fort. There are no unnecessary embellishments, no superfluous flourishes, just pure, unadulterated practicality. The king peered into her fort. The interior was simple, almost Spartan. A few cushions were neatly placed on the floor, providing a minimal, firm seating area. The air within was clean, devoid of any peculiar textile odors. There was no chaotic jumble, no desperate improvisation. It was organized, efficient, and, despite its modesty, undeniably functional. It was a place designed to repel, to contain, to withstand, not to lull into a plush stupor. "Percival," the king called across the ballroom, his voice carrying the distinct tone of a decision being reached. "Approach." Lord Percival, his heart pounding like a frantic drum, stumbled forward, Blevins trailing behind him like a particularly anxious shadow. He stood before the king and the Duchess, his fort looming behind him, a grotesque monument to his misjudged passion. He glanced at the Duchess' fort, so small, so severe, so utterly gun-comfortable. He scoffed inwardly. How could such a crude, unfeeling structure be deemed superior to his own grand vision, his temple of tactile delights? The king surveyed both men and their respective constructions, his face now settling into a definitive, if still slightly amused, expression. He looked at Percival's sprawling, yet teetering edifice, a chaotic tapestry of grand ambition and desperate compromise, its precariousness evident in every bulge and sag. He looked at the Duchess' compact, austere structure, a testament to pragmatic ingenuity and unyielding efficiency, its stability a quiet, undeniable truth. The judgment, though not yet spoken, hung heavy in the air, cold and certain as the morning light that now fully bathed the ballroom, illuminating every flaw and every triumph. One fort was a dream, rendered in fabric, on the verge of collapse. The other was a harsh reality, made undeniably sturdy. The choice, for a king who valued order and practicality above all else, was becoming painfully, overwhelmingly clear. Fitzwilliam, observing the king's fixed gaze upon the Duchess's fort, felt a wave of resigned understanding wash over him. The fate of Lord Percival Featherington, and indeed, the future of his ancestral title, hung by the thinnest of threads, as delicate and easily snapped as the finest, most gossamer-like silk. Chapter 14. The verdict. The morning light, now fully streaming through the ballroom's towering windows, painted the scene in an unforgiving clarity, illuminating every crease in Lord Percival's rumpled suit, and every stray feather clinging to his disheveled hair. The air, once thick with the fragrant promise of a grand ball, now carried the distinct, less appealing aromas of stale velvet, damp horsehair, and the faint, unsettling whiff of repurposed laundry bags. The king, having completed his meticulous, albeit disgusted, inspection of both pillow forts, returned to the center of the ballroom, his movements deliberate, his expression grimly resolute. The assembled courtiers, a small, highly select, and utterly exhausted group of those who had endured the night's peculiar spectacle, held their breath, poised on the edge of a collective social precipice. Fitzwilliam, the butler, stood rigid, his hands clasped so tightly behind his back that his knuckles were white, his eyes fixed on the king, bracing himself for the inevitable pronouncement that would surely shatter the last vestiges of Featherington dignity. Blevins, Lord Percival's valet, had, at some point during the final agonizing minutes of inspection, slipped into a merciful, if undignified, slumber, slumped against a marble pillar, a single, impossibly plump, and now rather grimy, silk cushion clutched to his chest. The king cleared his throat, a sound that reverberated through the hushed ballroom with the finality of a gavel striking a death knell. He looked first at Lord Percival, who stood trembling, his eyes wide with a desperate, pathetic hope. Then his Majesty's gaze shifted to the Duchess of Hollowfield, who met it with an expression of serene, unyielding confidence, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing at the corner of her elegant lips. The king sighed, a long, weary exhalation that spoke volumes of his profound disgruntlement. "Percival Featherington," the king began, his voice devoid of its earlier booming rage, replaced now by a tone of cold, deliberate judgment. "Your ambition, I confess, is voluminous. Your dedication to your peculiar craft is, if nothing else, unshakable. You spoke of philosophical stability, of conceptual integrity, and of optimal repose. You envisioned a sanctuary, a haven of upholstered bliss." And indeed, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Percival's sprawling, asymmetrical structure, which now listed perceptibly to the left. "Like a ship slowly sinking in a sea of soft goods, it is certainly large. Gosh, it is large. And quite clearly, a labor of intense emotional attachment." He paused again, allowing his words to hang in the air, weighted with implicit criticism. However, he continued, turning his gaze, and indeed his entire royal person, towards the Duchess' fort, which stood compact, unyielding, and grimly functional. A fort, Percival, by its very definition, must provide defense. It must be, above all else, by stability. It must be war sound. It must, in short, extend OPA. He walked slowly towards the Duchess' creation, placing his hand upon its solid, unyielding side, then giving it a decisive push. It did not budge. Not by an inch. "The Duchess of Hollowfield," he declared, his voice rising, a note of grudging admiration creeping into his tone, "has, with remarkable pragmatism and a singular lack of frivolousness, constructed a fort that is precisely what it needs to be. It is not perhaps a monument to comfort. One might even describe it as rather uninviting, but it is, without a shadow of a doubt, a IAA 40. It is solid. It is functional. It will, I dare say, withstand a minor siege, or at the very least, a clumsy footman." He turned back to face the entire assembly, his gaze finally settling upon Lord Percival, whose face had now turned a sickly shade of green. Therefore the king pronounced, his voice ringing with absolute finality, "It is with a heavy heart, and indeed a profound sense of disappointment in your judgment, Lord Percival, that I must declare the Duchess of Hollowfield the undisputed victor of this unconventional contest." A collective, silent exhalation swept through the ballroom. The Duchess bowed her head slightly, a subtle, triumphant smile now fully blossoming on her lips. She had done it. She had humiliated Percival, and in doing so, had secured her reputation for ruthless efficiency and sharp wit. She had, quite literally, won the fort war. Lord Percival Featherington, however, did not hear the collective sigh, nor did he register the Duchess' triumphant smile. The king's words, "undisputed victor," echoed in his ears like the clanging of a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil, each syllable striking a mortal blow to his meticulously constructed world. His vision, his passion, his very essence had been dismissed, declared inferior, and all for the sake of mere stability and function. What was function without comfort? What was stability without softness? It was a barbaric, unfeeling judgment. A strange, unfamiliar sensation began to build within him, a hot, swirling vortex of humiliation, rage, and a profound, aching sense of injustice. He had worked tirelessly, sacrificed sleep, even alienated his tenants for this magnificent structure. And now it was nothing. It was less than nothing. It was a failure. He looked at his fort, his great, sprawling, majestic, soft masterpiece, now so cruelly exposed in the harsh morning light, sagging and lopsided, its true nature as a pile of mismatched, tired textiles laid bare. The audacity of it. The audacity of the king, who preferred hard chairs and sensible posture to judge his unparalleled genius for comfort. The sheer, unmitigated gall of the Duchess, whose home resembled a draughty crypt, to declare his fort an affront. The fury, long suppressed by years of aristocratic decorum and a lifetime dedicated to gentle fabrics, finally, irrevocably, broke free. It was not the cold, calculated rage of a seasoned warrior, but the unhinged, desperate fury of a man whose most cherished, bizarre and utterly harmless obsession had been publicly ridiculed beyond endurance. A red mist, not unlike the finest crushed velvet, seemed to descend before his eyes. "Unstable?" Lord Percival shrieked, his voice cracking, a sound utterly unlike his usual precise tones. "Unstable? It is a testament to the organic pliability of natural fibers. It breathes. It yields. It adapts. Unlike her ye-brick outhouse of a structure." He turned his gaze, blazing with a sudden, terrifying madness upon his own fort. Its bulging side, its drooping canopy, its general air of gentle collapse seemed to mock him, to embody the king's cruel verdict. "It is a failure, is it?" he hissed, his voice trembling with a potent cocktail of grief and rage. "A useless, flaccid, affronting." And then, in a moment of utter, unadulterated, pillow-induced madness, Lord Percival Featherington did the unthinkable. He raised his foot, clad in its pristine, if now slightly scuffed, leather shoe, and with all the accumulated frustration, humiliation, and desperate fury of the past night, he delivered a sharp, surprisingly powerful kick to the largest, most obviously sagging bolster on the outer wall of his own fort. It was a kick born of pure, unadulterated spite, a final, desperate act of artistic self-immolation. The reaction was instantaneous and spectacularly disastrous. The pillow, already precariously positioned and bearing the weight of several other layers of cushions, erupted inwards like a bursting dam. The entire structure, built as it was on precarious balance and improvised buttressing, groaned once, a soft, theatrical sigh of capitulation. Then, with a slow, majestic, yet utterly undignified cascade, Lord Percival Featherington's grand pillow fort began to collapse. It wasn't a sudden, violent crash, but rather a slow, deliberate disintegration. Cushions tumbled, silk throws billowed like deflating sails, and the carefully suspended cashmere canopy sagged, then tore, releasing a gentle, snow-like shower of goose down that drifted lazily through the ballroom. The bamboo struts, no longer supported, clattered to the marble floor. Antique coat racks, repurposed for structural support, toppled with muffled thuds. The entire magnificent, chaotic pile of textiles, every pillow from his grand somnolence, every pillow confiscated from the county, every meager cushion from the palace, imploded upon itself, a soft, colorful, utterly overwhelming avalanche of fabric and fill. And directly in the path of this plush, undignified deluge, having taken an involuntary step forward in his astonishment, stood the king. His Majesty, who had just delivered his triumphant verdict, found himself suddenly enveloped. The first wave was a large, rather firm brocade cushion, which struck him squarely in the chest, pushing him back. Then a torrent of softer, smaller pillows rained down upon him, followed by billowing silk throws that wrapped around his head and arms like a shroud. A particularly lumpy, peasant-sourced pillow, still faintly smelling of straw and barnyard animals, landed squarely on his face, obscuring his vision. The heavy cashmere canopy, having completely detached, draped itself over his shoulders like a suffocating blanket. Within seconds, the king of the realm, the arbiter of taste and power, was no longer a regal figure on a polished floor. He was a struggling, muffled lump beneath a mountain of pillows. His arms flailed, his legs kicked, and a series of muffled grunts, and indignant roars emanated from the depths of the soft avalanche. Gremph, Percival, you imbecile! Get this fluff off me! The ballroom erupted, not in polite murmurs, but in a cacophony of gasps, suppressed giggles and outright horrified shrieks. Courtiers, initially frozen in disbelief, now rushed forward, though unsure how to effectively extract their monarch from a situation so utterly preposterous. The Duchess of Hollowfield, for once, must genuinely speechless. Her triumphant smirk had been replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated shock, her jade eyes wide with astonishment. This was a degree of humiliation she could not have possibly engineered. Lord Percival, standing amidst the settling dust and drifting feathers, stared at the chaotic mound that had once been his masterpiece, and now contained his king, his face a complex mixture of horror, a faint, lingering satisfaction, and the dawning realization of the truly catastrophic magnitude of his actions. His rage had subsided, leaving only the cold, chilling clarity of consequence. Fitzwilliam, the butler, finally buckled. His knees gave way, and he slumped against the nearest wall, his impeccably calm demeanor dissolving into a single profound groan. His worst, most outlandish fears had not only been realized, they had been surpassed with a theatricality that defied all reason. Blevins, jolted awake by the sudden commotion and the shower of feathers, blinked at the scene, then, seeing the king buried under a mountain of pillows, promptly fainted again, this time with a soft, decisive thud against the marble floor. The pillow still clutched firmly to his chest. From within the pillow mound, a final guttural roar emerged, muffled but unmistakable. Percival, you are ruined. Utterly, irrevocably ruined. The king's voice, emerging from the heart of the cushioned chaos, left no doubt as to the severity of Lord Percival Featherington's immediate and highly undignified future. The verdict had been delivered, and the consequence, quite literally, had landed on the king's head. Chapter 15. The fall of Featherington, the royal ballroom, still echoing with the king's muffled, furious roars, had devolved into a scene of chaotic disbelief. Courtiers, previously frozen in elegant horror, now surged forward, a confused mass of silk and velvet, unsure how to approach the royal mound of upholstery. From within the heaving, multicolored pile of cushions, muffled grunts and furious exclamations continued to emanate. Get this dratted silk from my face. Percival, you bumbling idiot. I shall have your head on a platter, or perhaps a particularly firm bolster. The Duchess of Hollowfield, for all her poised composure, stared at the scene, her jade eyes wide, a flicker of genuine shock momentarily eclipsing her habitual scorn. This was beyond anything she could have orchestrated. This was, in its sheer, unadulterated absurdity, a masterpiece of public humiliation that transcended all expectation. She watched as palace guards, initially hesitant, plunged into the mountain of pillows, their movements clumsy and ineffective against the billowing chaos of textiles. One moment they were pulling at a velvet cushion. The next, a thick damask throw would wrap around their head, temporarily blinding them. The air was thick with drifting goose down, shimmering in the dawn light like a misplaced snowstorm, settling on wigs, shoulders, and the king's unfortunate, muffled face. The extraction of His Majesty was not the swift, dignified rescue one might expect for a monarch. It was a prolonged, undignified struggle. A team of 4 burly guards, supervised by a frantic Lord Chamberlain whose normally pristine wig was now askew, wrestled with the layers of fabric. A particular large brocade cushion, still bearing the faint imprint of Lord Percival's kick, proved stubbornly resistant, trapping the king's right leg. His Majesty's muffled cries of "Release me, you dolts! Are you all as feather-brained as Percival?" only added to the chaotic ballet of flailing limbs and billowing cloth. Finally, with a collective grunt, they managed to disentangle him. The king emerged, not with the majestic bearing befitting his station, but as a disheveled, rather ruffled figure. His usually immaculate wig was askew, adorned with several tenacious goose feathers, one clinging stubbornly to his royal nose. His face, crimson with rage and minor exertion, was smudged with dust and bore the faint embarrassing imprint of a tightly woven brocade pattern across one cheek, a small, rather lumpy, and unmistakably peasant-sourced cushion remained stubbornly lodged in the crook of his arm, as if clinging to him with a perverse affection. He looked less like a sovereign, and more like a particularly irate badger who had just lost an argument with a haystack. He stood for a moment, chest heaving, his eyes blazing, surveying the scene, the sprawling, chaotic wreckage of Percival's fort, now nothing more than a vast, untidy heap of fabric and fill. The dazed courtiers, the Duchess attempting to regain her composure, and, most crucially, Lord Percival Featherington, standing frozen amidst the aftermath, his face a ghastly shade of white, the full horror of his actions finally dawning upon him. "Percival Featherington!" the king roared, his voice now entirely clear, unhampered by any remaining cushioning. He took a step towards the trembling lord, the peasant pillow still stuck under his arm, lending the moment an absurd, almost comedic touch. You have insulted a duchess with base textile comparisons. You have stripped my loyal subjects of their very bedding for this abomination." He gestured wildly at the collapsed fort, his arm flailing so broadly that the peasant pillow briefly swung free, then smacked him lightly on the ear. The king winced, then glowered at the offending cushion before fixing Percival with a glare that promised immediate and utter ruin. "You have turned my royal ballroom into a glorified rag and bone shop," the king continued, his voice rising in crescendo. "You have, with your preposterous, soft-sided edifice, and your utterly unhinged behavior, brought a disgrace upon my court that will echo through the annals of history. And finally, you have, in a fit of petulant, pillow-induced madness, assaulted your very king with a barrage of cushions." He paused, breathing heavily, eyes narrowed. "This is beyond the pale, Percival, beyond all tolerance, beyond all reason. Lord Percival," his knees threatening to give way, could only stammer, "Your Majesty, I merely—" The philosophical intent. Silence. The king said, "Your philosophical intent, Percival, has landed squarely on my royal head, and for that there can be only one consequence." He ripped the recalcitrant peasant pillow from his arm and flung it to the floor with a disgusted grunt. It landed with a soft, ignominious cooing near Percival's feet. "Effective this instant," the king declared, his voice ringing with chilling finality. "You are stripped of your title, Lord Percival Featherington. You are lord no more. You are simply Percival. You will vacate your estate within the week. Your lands and all their contents, including every last cushion, shall revert to the crown. Your ancestral name, for all the good it did you, is hereby erased from the rolls of nobility." He gestured to two palace guards who immediately moved to flank the stunned Percival. "Escort him from my presence now, and ensure he takes nothing but the clothes on his back." A gasp rippled through the ballroom, louder and more shocked than any before. Stripped of his title, on the spot, for a pillow fort. It was an unprecedented, almost unbelievable, act of royal severity. The silence that followed was broken only by the king's continued heavy breathing, and the faint, almost imperceptible eye-blinking of a loose button, falling from Percival's once grand velvet suit, landing silently beside the peasant pillow. Percival stood, utterly frozen, his world collapsing around him with far greater speed and finality than his fort. His estate, the grand somnolence, his thousands of meticulously curated pillows, his very identity as Lord Featherington, all gone. A life built upon the softest foundations had just been violently, irrevocably demolished. He was no longer Lord Percival, he was just Percival. The sound of that simple, unadorned name echoed in his ears, flat and empty, like a room stripped bare of all its comforts. Fitzwilliam, the butler, witnessing this calamitous pronouncement, felt a strange detached calm settle over him. His worst fears had been realized. Yet the sheer operatic scale of the disaster lent it a certain perverse grandeur. He watched as his lord, his face a mask of utter devastation, was gently yet firmly guided away by the palace guards. Blevins still slumped unconscious. Clutching his pillow, remained oblivious to his master's sudden, dramatic downfall. As Percival was led towards the east exit, past the still smoking embers of his grand fort, the king stopped him with a final cutting remark. "Wait," the king commanded, pointing to the peasant pillow on the floor. "He shall take one thing, a memento of his folly. Bring me that lumpy thing." A nervous footman, trembling, bent down and retrieved the offending cushion, its unwashed surface a stark contrast to the opulence of the ballroom. He offered it to the king, who snatched it with a grimace. "Here, Percival!" the king snarled, shoving the pillow into Percival's arms. "This is all you have left of your grand design. A sack of feathers. May it provide you with precisely the comfort you so richly deserve." The pillow, surprisingly heavy and undeniably lumpy, felt alien in Percival's suddenly empty hands. It was the antithesis of everything he held dear in the world, of comfort, ill-defined, poorly stuffed, and utterly lacking in any discernible aesthetic grace. It was a tangible symbol of his utter ruin. His own fort, a creation of such ambition, had brought him to this, dispossessed, disgraced, and left with nothing but a single, rather grubby sack of feathers. As the guards escorted him from the ballroom, through the now sparse crowd of murmuring courtiers who quickly averted their gazes, Percival felt the weight of the lumpy pillow, a mocking reminder of his former obsession. The string orchestra, after a hesitant pause, began to play again, a rather mournful tune this time, a dirge for a lost title. The Duchess of Hollowfield watched his ignominious exit, a faint, satisfied smile returning to her lips, a silent monument of pragmatic triumph amidst the feathered chaos. Her victory was absolute, her rival utterly undone, and all because of a disagreement over a pillow fort. Percival Featherington, the once great connoisseur of upholstered comfort, stepped out into the pre-dawn chill, leaving behind the glittering ballroom, his reputation in tatters, and his entire life reduced to a single, inadequate sack of feathers. The grand somnolence, with all its thousands of carefully plumped pillows, would soon be a distant, inaccessible memory. His fall, as dramatic as it was absurd, was complete. The world, it seemed, had little patience for noblemen who prioritized fluff over common sense, especially when that fluff landed on the king's head. Chapter 16. The ex-noble's new life. The chill of the pre-dawn air struck Percival Featherington like a physical blow. A far harsher embrace than any of his meticulously plumped eiderdowns. One moment he had been Lord Percival, master of the grand somnolence, architect of the most ambitious pillow fort the world had ever conceived. The next he was simply Percival, standing on the rough, unyielding cobblestones of the palace courtyard, clutching a single, undeniably lumpy sack of peasant feathers. His exquisitely tailored velvet suit, once a symbol of his station, now felt absurdly heavy, a cruel reminder of the comfort he had so spectacularly lost. The grand ball. The king's thunderous pronouncements, the Duchess's triumphant smirk, all seemed a feverish, ill-conceived dream. Yet the cold reality of the palace guards escorting him through the silent, sleeping streets of the capital was undeniably real. He had nowhere to go. No carriage awaited him, no anxious valet, no meticulously prepared hot tea. His world, built upon layers of fine linen and resilient down, had collapsed even more comprehensively than his fort. His initial days were a blur of disoriented wandering. The velvet suit, designed for the climate-controlled opulence of noble drawing rooms, quickly became a liability. It gathered dust, snagged on brambles, and offered little protection against the biting wind or the occasional sudden downpour. It marked him as a target, too. A disheveled gentleman with no retinue was an anomaly, drawing curious, sometimes suspicious glances from villagers and the occasional, less reputable, highwayman thought. He slept fitfully, shivering on cold ground, the single lumpy pillow clutched to his chest, a peculiar anchor in his suddenly unbound existence. He discovered, with a profound sense of irony, that a peasant pillow, even one scorned by a king, offered more comfort than the bare earth. Yet its coarseness, its uneven fill, its distinct lack of optimal volumetric resilience, these constant affronts to his trained sensibilities, were almost as painful as the gnawing hunger in his stomach. His meticulous mind, however, remained stubbornly fixed on the world of textiles. Even as his stomach growled and his feet ached, he found himself instinctively evaluating the bedding he saw airing outside humble cottages. The density of straw mattresses, the dubious origin of certain feather fill, the alarming lack of precise seaming on even the most basic cotton cases. He often caught himself muttering aloud about suboptimal plumping vectors or inadequate gusset construction, much to the bewilderment of any unfortunate soul who happened to be nearby. Survival, a concept entirely alien to a man who had lived his life surrounded by meticulously managed comforts, slowly asserted itself. He traded small silver buttons from his now threadbare velvet suit for meager meals. He learned, with great difficulty, to perform menial tasks he had once delegated to a dozen servants. But his true calling, his inescapable obsession, found an unlikely outlet in his new, destitute reality. He became a purveyor of pillows. It began quite by accident. One cold, damp evening, huddled in a derelict barn, he encountered a farmer complaining of a restless night's sleep due to his uncomfortable straw mattress. Percival, unable to resist, launched into an unsolicited lecture on the thermal insulative properties of various fibrous fills and the ergonomic benefits of a properly supported cervical spine. The farmer, though utterly baffled by the language, was intrigued by Percival's earnestness and perhaps by the sheer oddity of a once noble gentleman discussing bedding with such fervent intensity. Percival, with the last vestiges of his aristocratic charm, convinced the farmer to part with a small handful of stray goose feathers he had been about to discard. With these and some rough discarded sacking, Percival, using clumsy, unpracticed hands, managed to stitch together a crude, yet undeniably softer, pillow. The farmer, after one night of surprisingly improved slumber, paid him a few coppers. And so Percival's new trade was born. He wandered from village to village, a strange, disheveled figure, still occasionally attempting to smooth imaginary creases from his tattered velvet, his single original lumpy pillow often tucked under his arm. He would collect discarded feathers, bits of wool, even clean, dried leaves when desperate, and, with borrowed needle and thread, often offered out of pity by the very women whose pillows he had once had requisitioned, he would painstakingly construct his peasant pillows. They were, by his own exacting standards, abysmal. The seams were uneven, the fill often lumpy and prone to shifting, and the overall aesthetic was, to put it mildly, deeply unsophisticated. Yet the farmers and villagers, accustomed to sleeping on little more than straw. Even Percival's crudest creations offered a modicum of unexpected comfort. His sales pitch, however, was where his past life truly clashed with his present. He couldn't help himself. He would approach a bewildered farmer, perhaps examining a newly constructed pillow, and launch into a detailed, utterly unhelpful explanation. "Observe, my good fellow," he'd intone, gesturing grandly with a dirt-stained hand at a pillow clearly stuffed with little more than dry grass. The rudimentary yet effective, compressive strength of this particular fill, while it lacks the volumetric resilience of a true Hungarian goose down, its interstitial air pockets, nonetheless, provide a commendable degree of thermal retention against the chill of the earthen floor. The farmers, hardened by years of literal back-breaking labor and pragmatic survival, would stare at him, their expressions a mixture of confusion, pity, and a faint exasperated amusement. "Aye, it's soft enough, governor," one particularly robust farmer might grunt, wiping sweat from his brow. "Gets me through the night. What's this interstitial business you're on about?" Percival would sigh, a sound laden with the profound melancholy of an artist misunderstood. "It refers, my dear sir, to the minute spaces between the fibers, crucial for optimal breathability and the prevention of moisture retention, which, as you know, can lead to undesirable fungal growth and compromised hygienic integrity. A most crucial element for protracted periods of repose." The farmer would usually just nod slowly, hand over a few coppers, and return to his plowing, leaving Percival to muse on the lamentable lack of sophistication in rural bedding appreciation. He encountered his former tenants occasionally, the very people whose bedding he had so blithely requisitioned for his grand fort. Their reactions ranged from cold glares to open mockery. "Look, lads, it's Lord Featherington, come to steal our last thread," one might shout, prompting a ripple of bitter laughter. Percival would simply lower his gaze, clutching his sack of peasant feathers, and hurry along, the weight of their resentment a far heavier burden than any pillow. He often found himself reflecting, with a strange mix of irony and belated regret, that the comfort he had so obsessively pursued had ultimately led to the widespread discomfort of others, and his own spectacular ruin. The king, it seemed, had a point about the lamentations of his tenants. His days were a ceaseless grind, collecting materials, painstakingly sewing, selling for paltry sums, always moving, always searching for the next discarded handful of feathers. His hands, once soft and manicured, became calloused and scarred from needle pricks and rough fabrics. His once elegant speech, while still retaining its peculiar aristocratic inflections and textile jargon, often stumbled as hunger or exhaustion took hold. He slept rough, ate sparingly, and dreamed of velvet. Yet, even in his destitution, the peculiar flame of his obsession still flickered. He might find a discarded piece of fine, but stained, silk and spend hours meticulously cleaning it, imagining its former glory. He would hold a handful of particularly fluffy thistledown, murmuring about its loft and yield, even though he knew it would flatten into a useless lump within a week. He would sometimes, in a moment of profound loneliness, take out his single, lumpy peasant pillow, the one the king had given him, and, with a sigh, attempt to refluff it, murmuring, "Such a challenge!" The fill migration is quite severe, a testament to its unsophisticated casing. If only I had a proper gusseted construction. He was a man out of time, a relic of a bizarre, opulent past, now adrift in a world that had no patience for his refined eccentricities. His life had become a stark, unpadded existence, yet his mind remained stubbornly, irrevocably, consumed by the infinitely important, utterly trivial matters of fluff and fill. The grandeur of the grand somnolence, with its thousands of bespoke cushions, felt like a distant, impossible dream, a mirage of comfort forever beyond his reach. He was Percival, the wandering pillow peddler, a living, breathing testament to how a noble could lose everything, not in a grand battle or a political intrigue, but in an argument over a pillow fort, and a particularly ill-aimed kick that landed squarely on a king's head. His new life was hard, cold, and utterly devoid of optimal repose. Yet, in a strange twist, it was entirely and ironically shaped by the very objects that had caused his downfall. Chapter 17. The Duchess' victory speech, the royal ballroom, once a gleaming tableau of aristocratic elegance, now presented a scene of disheveled chaos. Scattered pillows lay like the casualties of a minor, textile-based skirmish, their various fills spilling forth in a soft, ethereal dust. Goose down drifted through the air, catching in the last vestiges of the ballroom's candlelight, a peculiar snowstorm in the heart of the palace. The king, disheveled and fuming, his wig askew and adorned with several stubborn feathers, was still being gently brushed down by his mortified Lord Chamberlain, who looked as if he might spontaneously combust from sheer embarrassment. Lord Percival Featherington, or simply Percival, as he now was, had been unceremoniously escorted from the ballroom, clutching his single, lumpy peasant pillow, leaving behind him a legacy of feathers and an indelible stain of absurdity upon the court. Amidst this chaos, one figure stood entirely unblemished, a pristine island of composed triumph. The Duchess of Hollowfield, Lady Eleanor Vance. Her silk gown remained uncreased, her severe chignon untouched, and her jade eyes gleamed with a cool, unadulterated satisfaction. She had achieved not merely victory, but a public, undeniable vindication of her own austere principles. The king, once he was sufficiently defeathered and had regained a modicum of his regal posture, turned to her. A grudging respect mingled with his lingering annoyance. "Duchess," His Majesty grunted, adjusting his collar. "Your fort, at least, stood firm." The Duchess offered a slight, knowing nod. "Indeed, Your Majesty. It seems the perils of excessive softness are, regrettably, a lesson best learned through direct, if somewhat calamitous, experience." Her voice, though perfectly modulated and outwardly respectful, carried an undeniable note of smug, almost academic. She took a slow, deliberate step forward, addressing the still shaken assembly of nobles. The remaining courtiers, a hardy few who had witnessed the entirety of the bizarre night, looked at her with a mixture of awe and unease. Her ruthlessness, once a whispered rumor, was now a confirmed, undeniable fact. "My esteemed ladies and gentlemen," the Duchess began, her voice carrying across the ballroom with effortless clarity, unmarred by any feather-induced impediment, "we have, this night, been privy to a profound, if somewhat peculiar, demonstration. A demonstration not merely of architectural prowess, but of the very philosophical underpinnings of our existence." She paused, allowing her words to sink in, her gaze sweeping over the scattered pillows of Percival's ruined fort, then briefly, almost imperceptibly, over the king, still trying to rid himself of a particularly tenacious piece of down. "We have seen," she continued, her tone gaining a gentle, almost soothing cadence that belied the cutting nature of her pronouncements, "the inherent dangers of unbridled indulgence. The seductive siren song of comfort, when pursued without the guiding hand of reason, can lead to naught but instability, disarray, and indeed utter public ruination." She gestured with an elegant hand towards the sprawling, forlorn heap of Percival's former masterpiece. "Observe this tragic monument to misguided passion. Here, before us, lies the physical manifestation of a singular obsession, an over-reliance on the ephemeral embrace of fluff, on the fleeting promise of softness. It is a structure that in its very essence sought to insulate, to obscure, to lull into a state of oblivious repose. And what was the result? Collapse. Disgrace. A most undignified tumble. Her gaze then drifted, with deliberate grace, towards her own fort, which stood unyielding and stark at the opposite end of the ballroom, a bastion of pragmatic solidity amidst the scattered debris. My own humble construction, she stated with a false modesty that was almost comical, was designed not for frivolous comfort, but for purpose, for structure, for the enduring, unyielding truth of stability. She took another step, drawing closer to her fort, placing a delicate hand on its firm, upholstered surface. It possesses no grand, illusory curves, no superfluous layers of unnecessary plushness. It offers no deceptive promises of profound, enveloping repose. Instead, it offers what is truly essential: a firm foundation, a clear delineation of space, and an unapologetic commitment to functional integrity. It does not whisper sweet nothings of comfort. It stands resolute, a testament to the virtues of discipline and sensible construction. The courtiers, who had spent their lives seeking out the softest chairs and the most luxurious fabrics, shifted uncomfortably. Her words were a direct indictment of their own preferred lifestyle, a challenge to the very concept of aristocratic indulgence. Yet, the undeniable evidence of Percival's downfall, and the king's palpable displeasure, silenced any potential dissent. They listened, rapt and uneasy, to her cold, clear articulation of her philosophy. True strength, the Duchess elaborated, her voice now acquiring a more philosophical, almost didactic tone, lies not in how deeply one can sink into a cushioned abyss, but in how firmly one can stand upon solid ground. The mind, too, requires a firm foundation. Excessive softness, be it in one's bed or in one's principles, blurs the lines of reality. It encourages a flaccid approach to life, where discomfort is avoided at all costs, and the hard, unyielding truths of the world are muffled by layers of unnecessary textile. Her eyes, sharp and unwavering, seemed to bore into the very souls of her audience, challenging them to find fault in her unassailable logic. Lord Percival, in his fervent pursuit of the ultimate pillow fort, inadvertently illustrated a most crucial lesson for us all, she continued, her voice softening just enough to make her next points sting with greater precision. He sought to create a world entirely of his own making, a self-contained universe insulated from the harsh realities outside its padded walls. He prioritized volumetric resilience over common sense, acoustic attenuation over clear communication, and tactile appeal over tangible utility. She even used Percival's own specialized jargon against him, stripping it of its esoteric meaning and exposing its absurdity in the harsh light of dawn. He believed that by simply surrounding himself with enough softness, he could negate the challenges of life, or indeed, the displeasure of his king. A fatal miscalculation, as we have all so vividly witnessed. She then allowed her gaze to linger, for a fraction of a second too long, on the king, whose disheveled state was a testament to Percival's final, desperate act. "A true ruler, your majesty," she stated, her tone shifting to one of profound deference, yet retaining its inherent steel, "requires subjects who are firm of mind and resolute of spirit, not those who are perpetually sinking into a state of upholstered complacency. A kingdom built on the principles of optimal plumping vectors is destined to collapse, much like its ill-conceived textile prototype." She gestured with a subtle yet unmistakable flourish towards Percival's former lands, now crown property, implying their inherent stability under proper, uncushioned management. Her victory was not just personal. It was a philosophical statement, a paradigm shift. "Let this be a cautionary tale," the Duchess concluded, her voice ringing with clear, final authority, "a stark reminder that while comfort has its place, it must never usurp the throne of practicality, of clear-eyed reason, and of unyielding duty. For without a firm foundation, even the grandest of ambitions, however meticulously stuffed, will inevitably fall." My own title, so recently confirmed as justly earned, she allowed a brief, self-satisfied pause, stands upon the solid bedrock of these principles, as I trust shall the continued prosperity of these lands." And with a subtle yet undeniable gesture, she indicated not only her own noble status, but the vast tracts of fertile land that had, until mere moments ago, belonged to the Featherington estate, now implicitly under the protection of her pragmatic philosophy. She offered a final, elegant bow to the king, who, despite his lingering discomfiture, nodded in solemn agreement. He had, after all, made the decision, and her words merely served to validate its wisdom. The royal ballroom, stripped of its original purpose, and now littered with the debris of a lost title, slowly began to empty. The courtiers, digesting the implications of the Duchess' speech, departed with a newfound appreciation for hard-backed chairs and the stern virtues of practicality. The Duchess of Hollowfield, having delivered her devastatingly smug victory speech, stood alone for a moment, surveying her triumph. Her fort stood firm. Her reputation was cemented. Her rival was undone, left to wander the countryside with nothing but a single lumpy sack of feathers. The era of excessive softness, it seemed, was definitively over. Chapter 18. The legend spreads the morning after the king's impromptu, feather-laden decree. The royal ballroom bore the unmistakable scars of a social catastrophe. Stray goose down, like persistent flakes of an unseasonal snow, clung to the ornate chandeliers and nestled in the folds of velvet curtains. The faint, lingering aroma of damp horsehair, old linen, and the king's righteous indignation permeated the very stones of the palace. Lord Percival Featherington, the once renowned connoisseur of upholstered comfort, had vanished into the pre-dawn gloom, his former life reduced to a single inadequate sack of peasant feathers, and the memory of a rather ill-aimed kick. The tale, as such monumental follies are wont to do, spread like wildfire through the noble houses of the realm. It did not merely travel from mouth to ear. It galloped. It flew. It was whispered across breakfast tables, intoned in hushed tones over card games, and giggled over during dress fittings. It began naturally in the royal palace itself. The king, once sufficiently defeathered and having consumed 3 large tankards of strong black tea, recounted the incident to his bewildered privy council, his description of Percival's upholstered absurdity and his own undignified burial beneath a peasant-sourced, barnyard-scented cushion becoming instantly legendary. He concluded each telling with a fresh, thunderous declaration that never again would such an affront to common sense be tolerated within his hallowed halls. His wig, he declared, would remain resolutely unfeathered from henceforth. The Duchess of Hollowfield, Lady Eleanor Vance, however, became the primary architect of the narrative, shaping the incident into a cautionary fable precisely to her specifications. She held court in her now expanded drawing-room at Hollowfield Manor, a room, it was noted, that had undergone no discernible increase in soft furnishings, remaining as stark and unyielding as ever. To her steady stream of curious visitors, she delivered her account with a refined, almost academic detachment, each word a perfectly polished jewel of condemnation. It was, she would explain, her jade eyes fixed on a distant, uncluttered wall, a vivid, indeed, a rather unfortunate, demonstration of the perils of excessive softness. A mind unmoored by practical realities, allowed to wallow in a sea of superfluous fluff, inevitably loses its grip on sanity. Lord Featherington, in his zeal for optimal repose, quite literally smothered the very essence of decorum. One attempts to provide comfort, and one finds oneself quite literally buried beneath the consequences of misplaced priorities. She would speak of Percival's flaccid principles and the compromising yield of his character, equating his personal failings directly with his textile obsessions. The king's decree, she posited, was not merely a punishment, but a necessary surgical removal of a profound societal malaise. The former Lord Featherington, she would conclude, with a sigh of profound feigned sorrow, was less a noble and more particularly overstuffed ottoman, lacking in spine and prone to collapse under the slightest pressure. His fate serves as a stark warning. Embrace solidity, embrace discipline, and for goodness sake, avoid any cushion that invites one to sink beyond a sensible, upright posture. And always, as she spoke, she would subtly gesture towards the newly acquired maps of the Featherington estate, now seamlessly integrated into the growing portfolio of Hollowfield Manor's vast and productive lands. A visual testament to the rewards of practicality and a severe disdain for excess. Among the older, more traditional nobility, the tale became a grim lesson. Fathers would sternly lecture their sons on the dangers of Featherington follies, warning them against indulging in any pursuit that might distract from matters of state, land management, or the procurement of politically advantageous marriages. See what comes of caring more for thread count than tenant loyalty. A baron might boom at his impressionable heir. A man is judged by his horses, his harvest, and his honor, not by the plumpness of his poofs. Invitations to noble gatherings soon included subtle, unspoken expectations. Furniture was kept to a minimum, and cushions, if present at all, were of the most utilitarian and uninviting variety. One simply did not risk being perceived as soft. But beneath the surface of this outward condemnation, a quieter, more complex sentiment began to stir. Not all nobles, it turned out, were immune to the subtle allure of comfort, or indeed, to the peculiar charm of a man so utterly, unrepentantly devoted to a passion, however absurd. In the hushed privacy of their bedchambers, or in dimly lit smoking rooms after the ladies had retired, whispers began to circulate that carried a different tone entirely. Poor Percival, a young viscount, might murmur to a confidant, carefully adjusting a perfectly adequate, but utterly uninspired pillow. He had such vision. One might not agree with the execution, of course, but the sheer scale of his ambition to create a fort entirely of comfort. It's rather magnificent, when you think about it. Imagine, another might muse, a faint wistful smile on his lips, a sanctuary from all the tedious chatter, a place where the outside world, with its demanding realities and its endless social obligations, simply ceases to exist, muffled by layers of Siberian goose down and velvet. There is a certain poetry to it, isn't there? Some even confessed, in the strictest confidence, to having occasionally indulged in their own, far less ambitious, pillow-based constructions in their youth. The childhood memory of a fort built under a dining table, filled with blankets and illicitly acquired bed pillows, suddenly took on a new, almost poignant, significance. Percival Featherington, for all his public disgrace, had simply taken that childhood dream to an utterly illogical, yet undeniably impressive, extreme. He had dared to live out a universal unspoken fantasy, and for that a few secretly admired him. The story was embellished naturally with each retelling. The king's rage became legendary, his face described as turning a shade of purple hitherto unknown to man. The Duchess' barbs grew sharper, her wit more devastating, and Percival's fort itself evolved in the collective imagination, sometimes depicted as a towering, almost magical structure of unparalleled softness, other times as a pathetic, crumbling heap that reflected his own fragile sanity. The final ignominy, the precise moment of the king's burial beneath a peasant pillow, became the punchline to countless whispered anecdotes, each one punctuated by suppressed snorts of laughter. Years passed, and the cautionary tale of Lord Percival Featherington endured. Noble children were taught to sit upright, to choose firm chairs, and to be wary of any cushion that seemed too inviting. The phrase, Featherington's folly, became a shorthand for any grand, overindulgent project destined for embarrassing failure. The royal palace, under the king's strict edict, remained remarkably free of superfluous cushions, its surfaces gleaming with an unblemished, Spartan efficiency. Even Fitzwilliam, the former butler of the Grand Somnolence, now employed in a far less prestigious, but mercifully cushion-free household, would occasionally shudder at the sight of a particularly plump poof, the memory of his former master's peculiar obsession, a persistent, if faded, phantom. Yet, despite the official condemnation and the public ridicule, a subtle current of admiration persisted. It was the admiration for a man who, against all reason, against all social convention, had pursued his passion with such unyielding dedication. He had been mad, yes, undeniably so. But there was a certain integrity in his madness, a commitment to his peculiar vision that transcended mere eccentricity and entered the realm of the truly unique. He had, in his own strange way, achieved a kind of immortality, not through valor or statesmanship, but through the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of his singular obsession. He was the man who lost everything over a pillow fort, and for some, in the quiet, secret corners of their opulent, yet stifling lives, that made him a legend. A quiet, peculiar, and ultimately rather boring legend, perhaps, but a legend nonetheless, whispered about long after the scent of goose down had faded from the royal ballroom, long after the last chuckle had died away, and long after the world had forgotten the grand ball itself. The pillows, it seemed, had had the last soft word. Chapter 19. The Pillow Fort Underground. The legend of Lord Percival Featherington's spectacular fall from grace settled over the realm like a fine, pervasive layer of goose down, stubbornly clinging to every conversation, every courtly gathering, and every whispered anecdote. Officially, it was a cautionary tale, intoned by stern fathers to impressionable sons, a stark example of the perils of eccentric indulgence and the fatal consequences of prioritizing fluff over practicality. The king, still occasionally finding a stray feather caught in his royal mustache, ensured that Percival's name was never spoken aloud in court without an accompanying grimace or a pointed cough. And any noble found with an abundance of decorative cushions in their private chambers quickly discovered themselves subject to a rather chilling, unannounced royal inspection. The Duchess of Hollowfield, now more triumphant than ever, continued to champion the virtues of stark utility and unyielding furniture, her every public appearance a living embodiment of the axiom that firmness, both of character and of upholstery, was the true mark of nobility. Yet, despite the official condemnation and the Duchess' relentless campaign of aesthetic austerity, something unexpected began to stir in the quieter, dustier corners of the kingdom. A strange, almost imperceptible current of sympathy, tinged with a peculiar admiration, began to ripple beneath the polished surface of noble society. It started, as many unusual movements do, with a shared, unspoken understanding among a disparate group of individuals who, for reasons entirely their own, found themselves strangely drawn to Lord Percival's monumental folly. These were not the staunch traditionalists, nor the pragmatic realists who celebrated the Duchess' stark victory. These were the dreamers, the quiet rebels, the secretly comfortable, and the subtly eccentric. It was said that the first stirrings of what would later become known as the clandestine Society of Upholstered Architecture, or more simply the Pillow Fort Underground, began in the dimly lit, seldom used alcoves of sprawling country estates, where a bored young viscount might find himself gazing wistfully at a particularly plump chaise lounge. It gained momentum among scholars who, while publicly denouncing Featherington's absurdity, secretly found themselves intrigued by his meticulous, if misguided, Pillow Fort Manifesto. Artists, tired of the rigid dictates of classical form, found a strange, almost liberating anarchy in his chaotic masterpiece. Even some disaffected commoners whose lives were hard and unyielding found a peculiar resonance in the idea of a temporary, soft sanctuary from the world's relentless grind. Their gatherings were as clandestine as they were peculiar. They met in abandoned warehouses in the seedier districts of the capital, where the scent of stale grain and industrial grime mingled incongruously with the faint, comforting aroma of secretly smuggled goose down. They convened in forgotten crypts beneath ancient churches, where the chill of the stone walls provided a stark contrast to the illicit softness of the materials they discussed. Sometimes, they even gathered in the hidden soundproof chambers of sympathetic minor nobles, who, while publicly upholding the king's new anti-cushion edict, privately harbored a deep, unshakable love for optimal repose. The membership was varied, a tapestry of societies overlooked and quietly rebellious. There was Lady Agatha, a spinster of advanced years whose formidable public exterior concealed a lifelong passion for needlepoint and the perfect French seam on a pillowcase. There was Master Alistair, a disgraced cartographer who had once attempted to map the precise migratory patterns of dust motes in the Royal Library, now dedicating his meticulous mind to the theoretical load-bearing capabilities of various fill compositions. There were even a few disgruntled former palace footmen, still bearing the emotional scars of Percival's fort-building drills, who, despite their initial complaints, had come to appreciate the unexpected warmth of a properly packed bolster during a particularly cold night watch. Percival Featherington, the disgraced ex-lord, became their unwitting martyr. His pillow fort manifesto, once a subject of public derision, was now a revered text passed around in hushed tones, its pages dog-eared and stained from repeated consultation. Copies, painstakingly transcribed by hand, circulated through the underground network, each diagram of buttressing techniques and acoustic attenuation quotients pored over with an almost religious reverence. His public humiliation was reinterpreted not as a failure of judgment, but as a sacrifice, a heroic, if tragically misunderstood, act of defiance against the tyranny of hard surfaces and practical necessity. He dared to dream of a softer world, Lady Agatha would declare during their secret meetings, her voice hushed but fervent as she meticulously stitched a tiny, perfectly formed cushion, a miniature homage to Percival's grand designs. He dared to pursue comfort in an age of unforgiving rigidity. He was crucified, my dears, on a cross of practicality and unyielding common sense. Master Alistair, consulting his own meticulously annotated copy of the Manifesto, would add indeed Lady Agatha, his very downfall, the collapse of his grand bastion of bolsters upon the royal person, was merely a physical manifestation of the metaphysical struggle against the tyranny of the straight line. He was a pioneer, tragically ahead of his time, in the field of human textile interface optimization. Their activities were conducted with a gravity usually reserved for matters of state or theological debate. They didn't merely talking about pillow forts, they built them. In the dead of night, in concealed cellars or deserted country estates, they would gather their illicit materials, smuggled duck down, carefully cleaned horsehair, discarded velvet scraps, even the occasional, surprisingly robust discarded mattress spring. Using the Manifesto as their sacred text, they would attempt to recreate or indeed improve upon Percival's grand vision. Their secret constructions varied wildly in scale and ambition. Some built small personal sanctuaries of repose, just large enough for a single individual to retreat into, their walls painstakingly crafted from salvaged materials and filled with carefully scrounged fluff. Others, more daring, would attempt larger communal plush refuges, temporary architectural marvels erected only for the duration of a single secret meeting, then meticulously dismantled and hidden before dawn. They held hushed, clandestine competitions, judging forts not on the Duchess of Hollowfield's metrics of stability or functional integrity, but on Percival's own, far more esoteric standards. Optimal acoustic attenuation was paramount. How well did the fort muffle the intrusive sounds of the outside world, creating a perfectly hushed personal soundscape? Volumetric resilience was crucial. Did the cushions spring back after compression, offering a truly enduring embrace? Tactile comfort rating was debated with a seriousness that bordered on the fanatical. Was the inner sanctum smooth enough, yielding enough, yet supportive enough to truly cradle the soul. Master Alistair had even developed a rudimentary Featherington Comfort Index, a complex calculation based on density, material composition, and perceived repose quotient, which they used to objectively, in their eyes, evaluate each clandestine creation. The winner of such a contest would receive not a title or land, but a rare, perfectly preserved silk pillowcase, said to be one of the last remaining from Percival's beloved private collection, a relic salvaged by a sympathetic former servant. The risk of discovery was ever present. The king's spies, while primarily concerned with political sedition, occasionally cast a wary eye towards any gathering that seemed unusually quiet, or emanated a faint, unidentifiable smell of processed animal fibers. Whispers of a society of softness or the brotherhood of bolsters occasionally reached the ears of vigilant palace guards, but these were largely dismissed as harmless eccentricities, far less threatening than actual political dissent, and certainly less visually disturbing than a full-scale pillow fort in the royal ballroom. The irony, of course, was that Percival Featherington himself remained utterly oblivious to his newfound status as an unwitting martyr and the spiritual leader of this clandestine movement. He continued his lonely wanderings across the countryside, a disheveled peddler of peasant pillows, his once elegant velvet suit now threadbare and patched. He still muttered about structural integrity and optimal plumping vectors to bewildered farmers, whose only concern was whether his crude sacks of feathers would last through the harsh winter. He still clutched his single lumpy peasant pillow, a constant, abrasive reminder of his ruined life, never knowing that the very object of his downfall had become the inspiration for a quiet, secret revolution among those who dared to dream of a softer world. His legacy, unseen and unappreciated by its very subject, was flourishing, a testament to the enduring human desire for comfort, even in the most unyielding of times. The pillow fort underground remained hidden, a soft, resilient heart beating quietly beneath the hard, practical surface of society, forever honoring their lost, upholstered hero. Chapter 20. The last laugh years spun past Percival Featherington like ill-spun threads unraveling from a poorly constructed cushion. The vibrant, silken tapestry of his former life had frayed into a coarse, patched sacking. The velvet suit, once a symbol of his station, was now a threadbare, dust-laden garment, its rich plum hue faded to an indeterminate shade of weary gray, its once crisp cuffs perpetually frayed. His once smooth, uncreased face was etched with the lines of sun, wind, and the relentless, unyielding discomfort of sleeping rough. His hands, once delicate instruments for adjusting optimal plumping vectors, were now calloused, scarred by countless needle pricks and the rough handling of raw wool, coarse straw, and the occasional dubious feather. He had become Percival, the wandering pillow merchant, a spectral figure haunting the rural byways. His peculiar patter, a source of bewildered amusement for farmers, and a grim source of cautionary tales for ambitious mothers. He carried his meager wares in a large, worn canvas sack, slung over his shoulder, often accompanied by the single, infamous peasant pillow the king had bestowed upon him, now even lumpier and more ignominious than before. Its uneven fill, its stubborn refusal to conform to any semblance of volumetric resilience, remained a constant, maddening affront to his sensibilities. He still muttered to himself, sometimes aloud, about compromised hygienic integrity in the bedding he encountered, or the lamentable acoustic properties of thatched roofs that offered little respite from the intrusive sounds of nature. His mind, though stripped of its former luxuries, remained stubbornly, irrevocably, a repository of textile arcana, a grand library of forgotten fluff. He had learned, through the harsh tutelage of destitution, the pragmatic art of survival. He could identify the best patch of wildflowers for gathering resilient thistledown, the optimal time of year for collecting discarded sheep's wool from thorny bushes, and the subtle signs of a household willing to trade a few leftover scraps of fabric for a crudely fashioned, yet undeniably softer, headrest. The farmers and villagers, initially wary of the disheveled nobleman who spoke of gusset constructions and tactile repose while selling lumpy sacks of feathers, had grown accustomed to his odd presence. Some even sought him out, valuing the slight, if inexplicable, improvement his pillows offered to their restless nights. They never understood his language, but they understood the quiet relief that a marginally softer place to lay one's head could bring. One crisp autumn afternoon, many years after the fateful ball, Percival found himself trudging along a winding country lane, his worn boots kicking up small puffs of dust. The air carried the earthy scent of damp leaves and distant wood smoke, a far cry from the beeswax and rose potpourri of the grand somnolence. He had just sold a particularly uninspired, straw-filled pillow to a grumpy miller, and the few coppers in his pocket felt heavy, yet entirely insufficient to silence the persistent rumble of his stomach. His thoughts, as they often did, drifted to the lost comforts of his past, the shimmering silk sheets, the perfectly plump duvets, the vast, silent sanctuary of the pillow chamber. He sighed, a sound thin and weary, like the rustle of old, dry fabric. As he rounded a bend in the lane, a peculiar sound drifted to him from a nearby copse of ancient oak trees. It was a rhythmic thumping, punctuated by excited shouts and the occasional muffled giggle. Curiosity, a faint flicker of his old investigative spirit, drew him closer. He pushed through a screen of low-hanging branches, and there, nestled in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, was a sight that momentarily froze him in his tracks. It was a pillow fort, not a grand, meticulously planned bastion of bolsters like his own ill-fated masterpiece, nor a stark, utilitarian fortress of functional integrity like the Duchess' triumphant creation. This was a child's fort, a gloriously chaotic, yet undeniably ambitious structure. It was built from an assortment of stolen blankets, borrowed kitchen chairs, discarded broom handles, and a truly impressive number of pillows. There were striped pillows, plain white pillows, a particularly garish floral pillow, and even to Percival's discerning eye, what appeared to be a rather worn, but once fine, tapestry cushion, clearly rescued from some forgotten corner of a nearby, more affluent home. It sagged in places, bulged in others, and its roof, a single large sheet draped precariously over two branches, threatened imminent collapse with every gust of wind. Within the fort, two children, a boy and a girl, no older than 8 or 9, were engaged in a furious, joyous debate. The boy, red-faced with exertion, was attempting to shove a lumpy, feather-filled pillow into a gap in the wall. The girl, her braids flying, was energetically thumping another pillow against a chair leg, evidently attempting to plump it into submission. Their faces were alight with the pure, unadulterated joy of creation, the boundless enthusiasm of architects unburdened by manifestos or the judgmental gaze of kings. Percival found himself staring, a strange bittersweet sensation blooming in his chest. It was a familiar scene, yet utterly alien in its innocence and freedom from consequence. He saw the echoes of his own youthful passion, stripped of all the oppressive weight of title, expectation, and societal judgment. The fort was clumsy, inefficient, and utterly unscientific. It was, in short, everything his pillow fort manifesto would have condemned. And yet, it was undeniably Urion. It was being built for the pure, unadulterated joy of it, for the simple, profound desire for a hidden, soft place in the world. He watched, unnoticed, as the boy struggled with the recalcitrant feather pillow. "It won't fit," he grumbled, pushing harder, his small face contorted with frustration. "It's too soft. It just squishes." Percival felt a whisper of his old self stir, a familiar itch to instruct, to correct, to impart his specialized wisdom. He took a hesitant step closer, the single peasant pillow under his arm feeling strangely heavy. "Ah, my young master," Percival murmured, his voice, though rough from years of disuse in formal settings, still retaining a faint, reedy trace of its former aristocratic timbre. "The issue lies not with the inherent softness of the fill, but rather with the inadequate structural integrity of your basal layer. A feather-filled cushion, while offering superb tactile appeal, lacks the compressive strength for load-bearing applications in a vertical construct. You require a firmer foundational element for optimal stability." The children froze, their heads snapping up. They stared at Percival, this strange, disheveled old man with the tattered clothes and the peculiar accent, speaking of basal layers and vertical constructs while pointing at their haphazard fort. Their expressions were a mixture of surprise, slight fear, and utter, profound confusion. The girl, braver than the boy, finally ventured. "What are you talking about, sir? It's just a pillow." Percival, realizing he had intruded, and that his words were, as always, utterly lost on his audience, offered a faint, melancholy smile. "Indeed, my dear," he said, his voice softer now, almost a whisper. "Just a pillow. But a pillow, when understood, can be so much more. For optimal buttressing, you see," he continued, his gaze drifting to a loose blanket draped over a chair. "One must ensure the tensile strength of the overarching canopy is evenly distributed. A simple diagonal tension across that unsupported corner, utilizing a tightly rolled blanket as a transverse beam, would offer vastly improved lateral support. And perhaps," he added, his eyes twinkling with a faint, almost forgotten spark of his old zeal, "a strategic deployment of your more robust decorative cushions at the lower pressure points would prevent future sagging and maintain the aesthetic harmony of the overall repose enclosure." The children, their mouths slightly ajar, exchanged bewildered glances. The boy cautiously edged away from the fort, as if the strange old man might suddenly try to measure their cushion-to-frame ratios. Percival, seeing their apprehension, and knowing the futility of his instruction, merely sighed. He had imparted his knowledge, however, incomprehensibly. The yearning to refine, to perfect, to bring order to the chaos of comfort, was an urge he could not, and perhaps would never, entirely suppress. He offered a slight, almost imperceptible bow to the confused children. "Forgive me, young architects, merely a passing thought on structural integrity. Carry on with your commendable efforts." Then, with a gentle, knowing smile, a smile that carried the accumulated wisdom of a life spent in the strange pursuit of softness, Percival turned. He didn't wait for a reply or for understanding. He simply turned and walked away, back towards the winding country lane, leaving the children and their precarious, joyful fort behind him. He left behind the confusion, the lingering absurdity of his past, and the uncomprehending stares. As he walked, the sun dipped lower, casting long golden shadows across the fields. He felt the familiar weight of the peasant pillow under his arm, a reminder of his fall, of his ruin. Yet for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the weight did not feel entirely burdensome. He thought of the children, their earnest faces, their simple, unburdened joy in building something soft, something secret, something just for them. He had lost everything, yes. His title, his lands, his opulent estate, his beloved thousands of meticulously crafted cushions. The Duchess of Hollowfield, no doubt, still spoke of his folly with withering contempt, while the king likely still found stray feathers in his crown. But the spirit of the pillow fort, the pure, unadulterated desire for comfort and refuge, lived on. It lived on in countless hidden corners, in the innocent hands of children, and perhaps even in the clandestine meetings of those who quietly revered his unwitting martyrdom. Percival Featherington, the former noble, the wandering pillow merchant, smiled again. It was a faint, tired smile, but it was genuine. It was a smile of quiet acceptance, a recognition of the absurd, enduring beauty of his own peculiar legacy. He might be ruined, dispossessed, and forever wandering, but the soft, secret heart of his obsession continued to beat, echoing in the quiet thump of a well-placed cushion, in the rustle of a makeshift blanket wall, and in the hushed giggles within a crude, yet perfect, pillow fort. The world might have dismissed him, but the pillows in their own silent way had the last laugh, a soft, comfortable chuckle that would echo through the quiet corners of history long after he was gone.